Yeah. Right. No,
All righty. Excuse me. Good evening, everybody, and welcome to Unveiling This Realm with me, Karen B, and Brian Staveley. And tonight, we are going to discuss a new episode of Criminal Minds that just came out, where they discuss the Mandela effect and they portray a Mandela affected person as a psychopath and a serial killer and a violent person, a mentally unstable, psychopathic, murderous, violent person.
and child kidnapper.
And child kidnapper. Yes. So this is something that happened last night, that just aired last night. Brian got wind of it, sent it to me. I watched it. I know he went live earlier today, and he basically gave you all homework to go watch this episode, and I'm wondering how many people watched it. Type 1 in the chat if y'all watched the Criminal Minds episode last night.
Yeah. And I'm going to try and bring up the chat. No, I hope everybody watched. I know not everybody's going to have watched it, but man, I did a video and I put the links out everywhere, Facebook, Twitter. I sent it to all the big channels. I put it in a video. We see a lot of disinformation, obviously a lot of us, being through the flat earth and everything, tons of disinformation, but this was like way over the top. I've never seen such an attack like this. I mean, they literally, Karen, go ahead, tell people what you saw and tell people what this episode was about. What happened?
Well, I saw this I watched this episode, and pretty much right away it's talking about this guy, or it shows this guy. Anyway, he's sort of distraught. He's trying to get custody of his niece or nephew or something. Anyway, and it's not going very well for him. But he starts having this hallucination of this creature. It's like this weird, creepy, cheap-looking goat costume.
I thought it was a rabbit because I watched it on my phone. You're like, why'd you say it was a rabbit? I thought it was a white rabbit and the white rabbit reference, but you said it was a goat.
No, it was not a rabbit at all. It was a goat.
Had like a Baphomet-looking face, had glowing red eyes, and it would step out of like this mirror that would materialize out of nowhere. So what did you see when they first showed us, Karen? So they go into a scene, and it just shows this person with a decapitated head because this murderer cuts people's heads off with an axe. And then they show him on the screen, Karen, and he's like, everything's changing, everything's alive. He's holding up a decapitated head, and they're like, this guy's suffering from the Mandela effect.
Yeah. Then it was like I forget exactly how they brought it up. I mean, it was horribly written. Like, I don't know. This show is just really, I don't know. I thought it was kind of bad. Like, even if I was a normie and I watched TV, I don't think I'd be watching that show. Like, it was not very good. I can't believe they're on 15 seasons.
It was really bad. And they really said, oh, well, this guy's suffering from the Mandela effect. These people are delusional. These people are dangerous.
Yeah.
And they're showing you that this guy is going around. Listen to how they paint the picture here. These Mandela effect people are delusional. They're dangerous. Of course, they paint the whole stupid picture. Oh, this all started when everybody misremembered Nelson Mandela. And they're calling it false memories. And they tell you the quantum scientists are trying to figure out these false memories.
Mm-hmm.
So this guy is Mandela affected. He's a psychopath. They make him look like he's a borderline pedophile right in the beginning of the movie.
Mm-hmm.
And then what they do is there's a guy that's like a single father. He stalks single fathers and kills them in front of their kids. That's what he does.
I mean, it's such a joke. But yeah, they only discuss, what did they say? They only brought up like Curious George and the Berenstain Bears, and they're making it look like this dude's going nuts because of that, basically. Well, what it turns out is his son was killed in an accident, and this hallucination is coming to him, telling him that, you know, he has to kill somebody kill all these people to bring back his son. Like, he has to collect the heads as proof that he's killed these people and bring it back to this creature as proof that he killed them, so that he can rejoin or the timeline in where his son is still alive. As if any reasonable person would ever think that that's ever a possibility. You know, it's such a ridiculous premise, the whole thing. And it definitely is just absolute propaganda, just to try to make people who look into this stuff or question these sort of things, make us look insane, make us look violent, crazy, unstable, that we shouldn't be around children, you know. And this is a lot of this sort of comments that I get, you know, on my videos. You know, oh, you don't ever have children. You shouldn't be allowed to have children. You should have your children taken away from you. You know, that sort of thing. Even though I take excellent care of my children, I love my children dearly. They think that just because you look into this stuff or you don't buy into the mainstream narrative for things, that you basically should just be put in an insane asylum.
Yeah. And it got so bad. So what they did, here's the thing that I really want to bring up too, is like this thing, and that's why I asked you to title it this. This thing's been in a full court press in the last couple months, ever since that fucking Mandela movie came out. And I told you that they were going to do this. I mean, they've come out with they reissued the Parker Brothers Monopoly game 2 weeks before the Mandela movie, just so they could tell you in the article that the guy didn't have a monocle. And then they come out with the movie, and then all those Ed McMahon videos come out of nowhere. Then Vox comes out with a video trying to fucking debunk everything I said about fucking Black Dom. And then fucking they come out with this Plantis Peanut guy. They kill the Plantis Peanut guy because the Plantis Peanut guy is who they say we're mixing up with the Monopoly man. They kill him off and make this big extravagant deal about it. And what did I say? I even went live right before the Super Bowl. I said they're going to resurrect this guy and they're going to highlight that he's the one with the monocle. That's exactly what they did. And now they do this. We saw, I don't know if did you ever see the X-Files Mandela Effect episode?
I think I just saw clips of it. I never watched the whole thing.
Well, it was terrible. But like, I was fired up then because that was terrible. I was fired up about the Mandela Effect movie because of so many reasons. And that movie made us look crazy. And they even made him like kill a guy, but at least the guy he killed was manslaughter. This guy's going around with an axe, stalking single fathers, killing them with an axe in front of their kids, chopping their heads off, carrying their heads back to this cave that he goes down to. Then when he goes in the cave, this goat-looking thing with like a Baphomet type face and red glowing eyes presents itself to him because he's Mandela affected. And I guess, that all just makes sense. That all just makes sense. And they go on to say, how it's false memories and all this. It's like, dude, this is fucking absolutely ridiculous. And I guess his collection of heads, he thought he was going to jump back to a timeline where when his son died 7 years ago, he says there was this big shift and his son died in a car accident and all this nonsense, dude. And like Karen said, they addressed three, because they addressed Nelson Mandela. Three
Right.
Mandela effect is all they addressed. And what did they talk about? They didn't talk about no anatomy, geography, history, none of that stuff. None of that stuff. They just talk about what people would consider would be the trivial changes. So nobody really wants to look into it. They never discuss any residue. But I mean, even with all the disinfo we see with the flat earth, have we ever seen them actually put a flat earther in a movie going around being a serial killer and kidnapping children? I mean, this was like crazy.
No, but remember when Pizzagate was going on? Remember all that? And remember there was a dude who went to that pizza place with a gun. He went in there with a gun. They were, I think this was obviously a staged event, but he went in there with a weapon, threatening to kill people. And in the news, he claimed to be a flat earther. Do you remember that?
Wow. Yeah, I do remember.
They have done the very same thing with us, but they didn't do it in a show. They did it in real life.
Yeah.
And they also put flat earthers in a video game where you were supposed to kill the flat earther. I think.
Remember that.
Remember that?
I remember that. There's also in China, there's a wrestling federation that has a tag team that are flat earthers and they're heels, they're bad guys. So when they go to the ring, the announcers are like, hey, hold on. Somebody was messaging me. Please don't message me. I'm on the air. The announcers are like, hey, these people, they're so stupid. They think the earth is flat, and the crowd's booing and throwing shit at them. And they're like, they're just stupid science deniers and all this. And everybody's booing in the crowd. And they get in there, and I forget what they did. If they did like a flat earth type of gesture, or they held a sign that flat earth or something, but they're the flat earth tag team. They're bad guys. They just make fun of them.
I hadn't heard about that.
Yeah. Well, the X-Files one was just wicked stupid, and then in the end, they just made it look like mismemory. And they even tied in this nonsense. They tied in an alien and a UFO that was as stupid as this fucking jackal fucking thing. Whatever that thing was, that goat. You said it was a goat?
It was a goat.
This Mandela effect guy, he had a goat following him that was like Satan. And he kidnapped kids, too. He kidnapped 2 kids in the later half of the show. And he was going to cut one of the kids in half with an axe, because he's Mandela affected. And that's
he was about to cut this kid's head off when the FBI broke in. And he was sitting there having delusions, hallucinations right there when the FBI's in there with the guns pointed. I mean, it's just so ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. So,
I can't see the chat at all, so I don't know what they're saying.
You can't see the chat. Oh, that's right. Brian doesn't have internet. He's on his phone.
I got totally fucked. They came here to switch the cable. They ended up shutting down the other company's internet. And now there's no internet in the house. There hasn't been all day. It's fucking killing me. And we might even have to, let me explain. We might have to launch a second stream later because I know a lot of people want to call in and talk about things. And I forgot that Karen, because I had her set it up through the StreamYard, I forgot she doesn't route her audio the same way as mine. So I don't know if you'll be able to hear us on Skype. She might have to relaunch through OBS. So we'll see about that.
It's the front door to find Prentice. She holds a...
Oops.
What's that?
That was, whoops. That was me pulling up the Criminal Minds episode because somebody was asking if we had video of it. So, I mean, I don't know how much I can show without getting a strike, but We can show them what the
You can show probably 10. You can show like 15-second clips at a time, but I would adjust the audio speed, like turn it down to like 0.75 or up to 1.25.
Oh, here's the.
It's not. Oh yeah, it's not on YouTube. Can't really do that. Go ahead,
Yeah.
just show. Screen share.
Hold on. Let's see.
Yeah, I can't do that.
I don't know if I should play sound, but here, this is the dude, and he's in his home. There, there's like body, blood pouring out all over the ground. This is the dude.
He's all fucked up.
Yeah, he's crazy. He's got blood all over his face. Now look at here. This is, what scene? This is Brian, right? He's recording himself and sending a message.
Yeah. Yeah, this is where he's holding a decapitated head, telling people everything's changed, everything's a lie. Yeah. That's what we would do, cut heads off.
Yeah, exactly.
They're like, he's delusional. He suffers from the Mandela effect. It's this false memory syndrome. He's trying to get back to this other timeline. I'm like, oh my God, dude. What? Oh.
Yeah, and then there's everybody, watching the video that he sent into the police, sending them a message, right?
It's so crazy.
Let me see if I can find the the creature, because there's some other side story stuff weaved kind of in and out of this this horribly written show. Oh my God, just so cheesy.
Just a full-on hour assault on not really the Mandela effect, but the Mandela affected people.
Okay, here. What's he doing?
I think he's trying to hit the demon with the axe.
Is he trying to break into the other reality?
Yeah.
I mean, he was. They don't even portray it right, obviously. So yeah, so there's the thing. Look at this thing.
There it is.
Every time I pause it, the screen goes small. So you just go. But look at that thing. Look at that evil Baphomet red-eyed goat, cheesy, like freaking costume.
It's insane. Look how crazy they make this, dude. This is the craziest hit piece of all time. This is insane. And he's kidnapping children and killing fathers in front of their kids with an axe, cutting their heads off and bringing it down and worshiping this guy because he's trying to get back to his old reality. Oh.
Yeah. So anyway, this is it's typical. It's typical of mainstream. They don't. You know what I find funny though? I feel like maybe because Mandela effect is popping up in a lot of stuff. Like Flat Earth pops up in TV and stuff a little bit, but I feel like they might be even trying a little bit harder to push disinfo on Mandela effect, even more so even than Flat Earth.
Yeah, right now I believe so, especially the last couple months. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it really seems like that to me. And I think it's because, maybe, I don't know if it's just within our circles, kind of, I don't know how well received, what do you think? Like, most flat earthers are open to the idea of reality shifts, or do you think most of them don't really agree with it or don't think that it's possible?
I'd say at this point it's probably half and half, whereas it was a lot lower, I'd say a year ago. But it should be fucking way more than half and half. More than 50% should be willing to look at this stuff.
Yeah, I was thinking like half and half too. But then let's talk about like the general public, like Joe Public. Do you think most of them? I think most of them are more open to Mandela effect or reality shifts than they are on Earth.
I don't know. It's tough to tell because I know that like if we're talking about who's affected, I mean we know everybody's affected. And I could trip anybody up. but we also know everybody lives on a non-fucking rotating fucking, you know what I mean? We don't live on a ball. I mean, everybody knows the Earth's flat. But you mean even if they don't know it, they live on it. I don't know. I haven't really. It's a hard thing. It's both are really hard for people to accept.
I mean, because there's those channels like what is that channel that does like the top 5 Mandela effects? The guy, he makes actually pretty good videos. It's got a lot of
I
stuff.
think his channel's called All Time.
All Time, yeah. Yeah, because there's that channel that I mean, he's got a huge following, and he does a lot of Mandela effective videos. And then seeing people talk about it like in various places in the media, interviews and stuff. You know, even some of the you know, I watch a couple of tarot card readers, astrologists / tarot card readers.
They'll talk about it. They're more open spiritually.
There's a woman, actually, she's got the same oracle deck that I've got. I have an oracle deck. Where is it? Okay. It's this oracle deck. It's called Animal Spirit, Wild Unknown Animal Spirit Oracle deck, right? She was using this, doing some readings, and she said, you know, I'm one of these people that believes in the Mandela effect. And I was like, what? Like, I totally wasn't expecting her to say it, but she's like, you know, this deck, when I bought it, was called the Wild Untamed or something like that. She's like, Wild Unknown. She's like, I don't even really know if that really makes sense. She's like, but I'm sure that when I bought this deck, it was Wild Untamed, and now it's Wild Unknown. And then she just kept going on, but she just mentioned it like very nonchalantly. You know,
Yeah,
I don't have that same memory for this deck because I actually bought this deck after watching another reader use the deck, and I really liked it, so I purchased it. But so it was always Wild Unknown to me, but I've only had it for a few months. But I just think it's really interesting that I think that more people are more open to openly discuss reality shifts. I like that word so much better than Mandela effect. But the Mandela effect, you know, they're more open to discuss that, I think, than flat Earth.
Maybe. I don't know.
As far as Joe Public goes, but that's just my opinion. I mean, because I see people just mention it so nonchalantly, but you know, you don't see a whole lot of people mentioning flat Earth like that. Like they will, a couple of them will. You know, there's this one chef on his channel, he'll mention it, you know, every now and then, but I don't know. I just don't feel like you see it as much. Anyway, so I think that maybe because the public is, you know, the average person is more open to discussing something like that, that maybe that's why they try a little bit harder to push the disinfo on it. Because it is a doorway. It is a way for someone to kind of open that door to the alternate research or to alternate ideas about reality, about what's told to us, about where we live and that sort of thing. And I really think that they don't want people walking through that door. They do not want you walking through that door. Right?
No, they definitely don't want you walking through that door. Absolutely not. And it still drives me nuts that I have people that I know that are smart people, and they still won't look at it, and they'll it's so easy to say it's a psyop, and you won't even research. Just remember how everybody's done that to you about every fucking topic, and you got to really step back and look objectively. Everybody that said they've debunked this or they've come at my channel or the other Mandela Effect channels, look what they've actually said. Look at what they've actually claimed to have debunked. It's a complete joke, and you all know it. Could prove everybody's man. Never mind, like a lot of people are out there, you know, trying to show people that this is a real thing. I take it to a whole nother level. I mean, I can show you that you personally, even though you deny it, are affected. Anybody, no exceptions. No exceptions. Easy. It's like shooting fish in a barrel. Every Chatterman, just Mandela effects come out of people's mouths all day long. Shooting fish in a barrel. And there's nothing to be scared of. There's no reason to be scared. There's no reason to be scared. And the channels that push it into a fear realm right away, just stay away from that. I mean, that's on you if that's what you want to believe. But I mean, I don't know. I think me and Mike Williams might have killed Kirk Douglas again.
Mike Williams killed Kirk. That's right, huh? Oh, we got a super chat. Oh, from that flat fellow. Hey, Tommy. Another wonderful show.
Thank you,
Which you
Tony.
love, everyone. We are the best. Absolutely. Hashtag we are the best. We, the collective.
Yeah, sorry, I can't.
The royal we.
Yeah, I can't see the chat at all, guys. So excuse me. Yeah, so this is crazy because I'll tell the story, and so many people have commented on the video saying, "Oh my God, he just died," when you guys were talking about it. So I'll rewind back further than Mike saying it. So when I first got on YouTube, which was about June 2018, I did like maybe 4, 5, or 6 shows with Brian McFarlane on his channel. And then I started doing my own, and Gloria came over, and me and her started doing shows. And one of her biggest Mandela effects, and by far her biggest, person that died and is still alive on, was Kirk Douglas dying. And she would talk about it and go into detail about the service, just like Mike did, right? Same details and everything. Talk about it, and then when he came back, and then he died. He's died like 2 other times already. So, Mike's already interviewed me about the Mandela effect, even though Mike was on. Mike Williams from Sage Aquay. I just interviewed him at his awakening. He kicked ass. That was a really good interview, huh?
Oh, it was awesome. Awesome. Absolutely awesome. I mean, I liked it because I really admire Mike Williams. I've been listening to Mike Williams for years. And actually, when I was sitting there watching the interview, I was like, man, been listening to Mike Williams for like 7 years, because I found him long before Flat Earth. Like when he was one of the, I dare say, the very first quote unquote truther channel I ever subbed to. I think he was the first one, because it was before Flat Earth, and I wasn't really watching very much other stuff on YouTube like that. Like his was the first, I think.
Yeah.
So yeah.
First time I ever talked to him was I did that first show with him. I've done 3 now. And he wanted to interview me on the Mandela effect, and this was literally like exactly a year ago. I think it was last February. It might have been March, or whatever. It's a year ago. So I knew what his big one was, and his biggest one was Kirk Douglas was already dead, and then he came back. So when I had him on for his awakening interview, we talked for like an hour or 2, and then it got into that topic, and then he started to elaborate. We talked about Kirk Douglas, still being alive for like 10, 15 minutes. We talked about how the guy's like 103, 104 years old. And then, like, within an hour of the show ending, Kirk Douglas died again. It's like so crazy, dude.
It is crazy that you guys were talking about it. And then, yeah, it was, we think like Kirk was like, he was like dying when you guys were talking about it. I mean, I don't know. It was like weird.
So you heard it here first. The death of Kirk Douglas is on Mike Williams' hands and mine, I guess.
Yep, you too. You're not innocent. Just so weird, though. It's so bizarre how things like that happen. I don't think that there's any coincidences either. It's
I'm telling you, there's so many things that happen after I cover them. I mean, just after I made that risky business video, all of a sudden the Kobe Bryant video comes out, and then that other one, there's that new Domino's commercial that has the pink shirt risky business scene. They just did a parody of it 2 days ago, right after my video came out. What's going on? Like, out of the blue, they're just going to do that? It just keeps happening. The Mickey Ward stuff. I don't know. I'm just telling you. Weird shit keeps happening as we're talking about it, or there's more than there's something fucking crazy going on here. That's all I know. I want to give a shout out to Life Matrix, who unexpectedly called into Strange World the other night when you were on there.
yeah.
Talk about Mandela effect and flat Earth and how everything kind of goes together. It was a really good call.
Yeah. He had good questions and a great suggestion. What did he call it? Matrix clues? The Matrix clues?
Yeah.
I think that's a good idea.
Yeah. Yeah, so that was good.
I never heard of that channel before, though, Life Matrix. I mean, and the channel didn't have any content. So what's up with that?
Yeah, I don't know what where his videos are. He must have hit him or something. I don't know.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe he's taking copyright issues out or something like Bob did one time. Remember, and there were no videos on his channel. I don't know what he's doing.
Yeah, Nachiketa says, we are making it happen.
I know. That's how I feel, man. I really do feel that maybe because I talk about it so much and we're connecting so many people, it's definitely fucking trolling me at some points. I mean, there's no doubt about it. The neighborhood changed, the river changed. Ed McMahon's from here. The fucking Centerville sign in the Bill Murray movie. The fucking, I don't know, man. All I know is Mike Williams killed Kirk Douglas.
Mike Williams killed Kirk Douglas.
Can we let's try the phones before we change topics. Let's see what's going on.
All right. We'll give it a shot. Hold on.
I have a bad feeling I'm going to have to go on a second one. We have to take calls tonight. People want to call in. I didn't even think about that. I would have just said go on OBS.
Okay. Here's the number. 704 751 5192.
All right, somebody call in. You put the number on the screen?
Well, no, I only put it in the chat, but hold on one sec.
Yeah, so just click on your own comment. It'll throw it right on the screen.
Oh, good idea. Forgot. There we go.
All right, call in. Let's test this phone out. Call Karen Skype. I have a feeling they're not going to be able to hear me. I don't see how they would. Give us a ring ding dong.
Give us a ring ding dong.
Ring ding dong. A ring a ding 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 dong. I fucking feel naked with no internet over here. This is terrible. I can't do anything. I can't even look at the chat.
Yeah, here. Let me scroll through some comments so you can take a look if you want. 704 751 5192 is the number to call into Karen Skype. Oh, we got a call. Hold on. Thank you for calling Unveiling This Realm. Who's this?
Oh, hey, Karen. It's Ceiling Fan.
Hey.
I'm proud to be your first call.
Why? Can you hear him, Brian?
I can hear him, but he can't hear me, I bet, right?
Sure you can.
I can hear you on the phone. I'm not listening on the TV.
Can you hear me, Sailing Fan Man?
Yeah.
Okay, we're good then, Karen. This is good enough. All right.
Yeah. Hey, Brian, I'm not going to write anything or have you say anything on the air, but I sent money to your email on PayPal, Ricefoot, but a different name came up. I'm just making sure you're getting the money.
Yeah, Courtney, right? Courtney came up?
Okay, good. Yes, okay, good.
Yeah.
Okay, all right. I didn't know if you wanted that name out or not. I didn't know who it was, and I kind of freaked out. But I said it's the wrong place, you know. I could do things
No, like 12 years ago when I actually had a girlfriend, the last girlfriend I had 12 years ago, she used to use eBay, and she had a PayPal, and I let her link it to my email. And when I tried to just change the first name on it, they want me to fucking like disassociate it with the email and all this shit. I'm like, I'll just leave it as Courtney.
Oh, so it's Brian Staveley, a.k.a. Courtney. I get it.
Yeah, right.
Dude, I first of all, you gave us homework, so of course my wife and I had to listen because Brian said it. But I'm really sorry. That's really the first kind of TV we watched in forever. What a horrible thing. I mean, we felt horrible after watching it. It was just sick and twisted and perverted, and I can't believe that's actually on television. I mean, I don't know what time that thing airs, but it was so dark and disturbing with him just chopping heads off. It was just disgusting.
Isn't that crazy?
So, and you know, we kept watching it going, you know, the only thing that would have been worse if his name was Brian. I mean, my God, they somehow out of the blue, like they're like, okay, he's going around chopping off heads and he's making marks on their bodies. He's a 30 to 40-year-old man. He probably lives in this. You know, it's like, how did they come up with that? All of a sudden, he just like described pretty much everybody that's kind of falling into the Mandela effect mostly, you know, between 30 and 50.
And it was a white male. You know, they are trying to demonize white males these days. That's the new devil, the white devil.
Oh, absolutely.
You know.
Crazy, man. And I'm glad you watched it. I know a lot of people didn't. I want to take a lot of calls on this. I want to see how people feel.
Okay. Yeah, because I had a few other things that I did want to talk to you
No,
about.
no, I'm not rushing you. I'm not rushing you off the phone. Go ahead.
Oh, okay. Yeah, because there's some weird stuff going on, and like, it's kind of funny. I mean, I don't know if you guys watch Owen Benjamin at all, but I didn't see this one. But apparently, he kind of had a breakdown the other night. It's like sometimes this information that we get it's overwhelming. You know, it's like, and there's no one to talk to because you can talk to your family or whatever, but if they're not on board, it's like they think you're nuts or they get mad or and you just can't do that. Like Crow was saying the other night, it's like if you get into a fight with someone over these things, that's on you because you push too far. You know, they're only going to accept as much information as they want. We just plant the seeds and hopefully you wait, they'll come around. But you guys are kind of really, this family that I talk to online or on the phone here, I mean, other than my wife, but after a while, I'm sure I talk her head off. So at least I come on here and just vent. And I think that's what happens with him. I think he just goes on there and vents because who do we talk to? You know, they put us on TV that we're nuts. Well, it makes us nuts because they won't talk to us. You know?
Yeah. That was so disturbing. That was the worst hit piece I've ever seen on anything. Like that was crazy. They made us look like serial killers and kidnappers who want to jump timelines by chopping off heads. I mean, how much worse can it get?
It didn't even make sense. Like, why you cut off? None of it makes sense. It's really hard to even discuss it because it makes no sense. And then, like you said, oh yeah, it's the Mandela effect. It's this, that, and the other. And when they brought up the what do you call it? Curious George.
Yeah.
My wife's like, well, wait, two of the guys agreed with the serial killer because they both said tail. I said, yeah, but if you listen closely, immediately after he said, do you guys remember tail or no tail? And both the guys said tail. The other guy said immediately, yeah, of course you do, because he's a monkey. See, he never had a tail, like you just didn't remember it. Because all monkeys have tails.
Yeah.
All monkeys do have tails.
Well, yeah, thank you.
That's what makes them monkeys. That's the difference between a monkey and an ape.
Yeah.
Good. I can't even say anything. It's your channel tonight, so let's see. Okay. Hey, what's the deal with Rusty? They kept pushing that. Like, how many times in the episode did you see this? What was it? The rabbit was named Rusty or something? Like, is that going to be a big deal coming up in the news? What's up with that?
I guess it wasn't a rabbit. I watched it on this tiny, tiny phone. Karen said it was a goat. A goat, no, Karen?
Oh, it was a goat. It was.
It was a Baphomet, basically.
Basically, yeah, and it had red glowing eyes. Yeah.
That was insane, dude. Like, how evil are they making us Mandela? Insane, dude.
But do you think the average person, though? Do you think the average person is going to pick up on the whole Baphomet goat thing? Like that whole, right? Like that's for us, right? We're all going to look at that and go, damn it, they put a goat Baphomet in there.
Right? We all said it at the same time as soon as you see it. Oh, there's Baphomet. We all said it.
Right?
Oh, 100%, dude. I thought it was a white rabbit, though. Like the White Rabbit, Fall the White Rabbit, Alice in London, the whole thing. And I thought it was a white rabbit with a Baphomet face and glowing eyes. But I had. What's that?
I'm talking over you. It's hard to hear you sometimes. But yeah, it's like Donnie Darko. It's a giant creepy rabbit that is in his head or something.
Mm-hmm. Actually, when Brian was saying it was a white rabbit, that's what I was thinking of, was the Donnie Darko creepy rabbit thing.
Oh, shoot. It's interesting. I've been talking, because we have a lot of kids, and they pop in and out and stuff, and we, once in a while, we just, chip away and see what we can talk about. And I had one of my kids over and his wife, and I've been trying to talk to them about different upgrades and stuff, and or changes, whatever. Well, on Super Bowl, all we did was just listen to you guys, and but she came over and we put on The Wizard of Oz, because I was told her last time about all these changes with the gun and the wrench and all this stuff. And she and her husband were like, oh, that's ridiculous. They don't have a gun. They don't have a wrench. Right? So I was like, yes, I got him. So she came over that day, and instead of watching Super Bowl, I pulled out my VHS. I had to actually pull out of the garage an old VHS machine that I couldn't believe it worked. And I threw in my VHS cassette that was an anniversary issue, like 50-year anniversary of The Wizard of Oz. And we put that in, and I'm all excited, ready, and we get to, I'm mixing little things like, her socks are now blue instead of white, there's bows and no bows, but all of that's kind of hard to try to, people can say, I don't remember that. But
Yeah.
definitely remembered no gun and no wrench. They thought I was out of my mind when I was safe, right? So we get to that scene, and she sees it. And I watch the upgrade happen in real time. She just looks and goes, wow, I just didn't remember that. They have a wrench and a gun and a hammer. And I was like, no, how did that happen? I go, and then I asked her about the fly, whatever. And she's like,
Fly, my pretty fly.
So we get to that scene, and she goes, some ridiculous thing now. It's like, fly, grab her, the slippers and the dog, and her checking account, and any jewelry you find, and fly. Whatever she says now, it's ridiculous. And
yeah, it's crazy.
Oh yeah, I just watched all the upgrades happen, and it was like, it's deflating. It really is sometimes. So then, when he came over later, they started talking about it, and I was just kind of listening because I wasn't actually in the room. But he was like, oh, so you saw The Wizard of Oz? So did he have a gun and this, that, and the other? And she goes, yeah, they did. And he goes, oh, how weird. I guess I can't remember that either. And that was it. And I was like, oh, how is this possible? How they not see it?
They have no trust in themselves. And it's like, again, you're proving that she's affected. I mean, you know what I mean? You know how she responded, and then they just change their mind once you show it to them. It's crazy.
Yeah, it's just wild to watch. So that's kind of what prompted me. And I'm not plugging my thing, but if you guys happen to see my video, I did. Because every time I go on these channels, everyone talks about different Bible changes and stuff. And since I just read the Bible for the first time last year, when I go back through it, I'm just like blown away at some of the stuff. Because, if I've been reading the Bible over the years and came back to it and said, oh, shoot, I didn't remember that. But I literally finished the book for the first time in my life, because I was brought up Jewish, so you're only supposed to read the first half of the Bible and then close the book and put it away and guess the ending. And I'm like, well, that doesn't make any sense.
What? Are you serious?
A fancy novel, close it up and put it away and say, I think he's going to survive, and this is how he's going to. No, I'm going to read the book. Whether I like it or not, I'll finish it and then make my decision. And when I woke up to this, and it's like, it's all, every damn video we went to, I didn't care if we were looking up gray people or lizard people or flat earth. It didn't matter. Eventually, every one of them started saying, evil, good, God, Satan. I'm like, what the heck? How's everything ending up back in religion? Because I wasn't really religious at all for years. I was one of those people like everyone else. I'm spiritual, just not religious. Okay?
Yeah.
That means, but I was a good person, I think, more or less. Treated people well, and we raised a bunch of kids well, whatever. Then when I woke up to like, okay, what's going on? So that's when I decided, everyone's telling me to check out the Bible, I'll read it. Because everyone else in my life has always told me not to read it, right? Put it away, only read half because you're Jewish. If you're in school, definitely don't talk about it. I mean, they take it everywhere. You can't find it anywhere. You take it on courts, you take it everywhere. So I figured if it's something that they're hiding from me, I want to know why. Am I babbling? I'm sorry. I'm kind of fired up tonight.
Yeah, you're good, man.
So, so I'm like, okay, because I tell my kids, hey, if there's two people, because this is how I try to wake them up. If there's two people in the room and there's a door, and you say, what's behind that door? And one of the people say, you know what? I know what's behind that door. I can handle it. You probably can't. Don't worry about it. I'll take care of it. You don't need to know. And the other person in the room says, oh, let me show you. And they open the door and shows them what's inside. Well, who are you going to trust more? But for some reason, we live in this upside down world that they just trust people. The government says, oh, don't worry about it. We got it covered. And then people stop doing things and thinking for themselves. They're really dumbing us down.
Yeah.
But I know you're on a different topic, but my wife and I kind of freaked out on something. And I'm going to throw it at you because you're the 9/11 guy, right? Maybe other people have already figured this out, but this is just my thought tonight. Let me know what you think.
Brian, are you still
What?
listening?
I'm here. I was just getting a coffee, so I shut my camera off so people don't see me flying around. But I'm here, and yeah, I'm listening to you. I'm listening.
Okay.
9/11. Go ahead. 9/11.
I think they did it to us again, and I think it's in process right now. Because think about it. This whole pedophilia thing that everybody knows about in the truther community, they're pinning it on Jeffrey Epstein as the whatever. And it's just like they did years ago with the McMartin. So you've got a guy, you're going to bring him down, and you're going to bring down all these big powerful people. These are all the names, Schiff and Hillary and over in England, you'll bring down the Queen and whatever. But we already know now, none of these people died. We didn't know where the hell they go. They probably just go on the other side of the ice wall or whatever they go. Or they just go to a different island. Do you know how many islands these rich people own all over the world? I live near Washington. There's hundreds of islands, private islands here.
Oh, yeah.
J-Lo's got one that's shaped like a goat head, actually. So they take a guy like Kobe Bryant, and they give him this, Viking funeral. They blow him up into a mountain. How do we know he's not just living on J-Lo's goat island with his family? I mean, would you even know if his family was at his house anymore? And I was thinking,
No, you know what?
They're like, what?
I don't know what happened to him, and I really, honestly, don't give a fuck. You know what I mean?
No, but I'm saying what I'm saying is I'm relating it to this. So you got Jeffrey Epstein. We know this whole really thing goes down. It's all within the government too. I mean, I woke up to Trump. Unfortunately, I thought he was, going to help us all out. But you know what? In the United States that helped me, I'll still think that's great. But I know he's not the save now. I know he's totally in bed with all of them. I get it. I mean, I had blinders on for a while, but he did enough things that I know what's going on. So it's like this Epstein thing was all bullshit. The island's fake. I bet they didn't even do any sacrifices there. I bet they didn't even tell us about.
No,
and they go
that story was just too far out of the open.
They didn't even spend money to build anything. So they leak video. Someone snuck in, just like the Alex Jones thing. Someone snuck in pictures and died, and then we got to see all these horrible things. But before the good hats could get there, they blew it all up. And then they fly over there. There's an entire channel we watched about drone flying, proving to you the buildings were empty and we're all aghast. And even if they ever do grab all these supposed horrible pedophiles in Hollywood and all that, how do we know they're going to take them away? And if they go to jail or if they get executed, we don't know. We never know anymore. It's just you kind of fall down a spiral. It's ridiculous. It's all a stage. And this Epstein thing, it's another 9/11. They're gonna have if they do it, they're gonna round them up and public execution, or I don't know, Vietmo. And how are you ever gonna know? There's supposedly how many doubles or clones of some of these people?
No, I don't believe in clones, honestly. I don't think anybody can do God's work and clone people. I think that's horseshit. Karen, what do you think about clones?
What I think about clones? That you can't prove it. You can't prove it. But I don't know.
Definitely doubles. Nobody's doubting. They have more than doubles. They have quadruples, and
Oh, definitely. I definitely think they can have a doppelganger. Because I've met.
Oh, they definitely.
I met my doppelganger, which is why I know that's a real thing. Because I met this girl one time. She looked exactly like me at a party. The whole time, everybody there was like, "Are you guys sisters? Are you guys twins?" I mean, she looked exactly like me. It was weird. It was very weird. And talking to her was strange. It was just bizarre. I mean, it was just
freaky, huh?
It was creepy. It was very creepy.
That's hilarious.
But yeah, that it happened. That was just a weird thing. But they definitely can have lookalikes or people that look enough like the celebrity where they can do minor changes, maybe minor surgery changes to make them look even more like the person. But as far as like cloning somebody, I don't know, because you would have to have like a full-grown clone, and like, what do? Just grow a whole person? Like, or they would have had to have cloned them from birth. You know, they would have had to have been growing this clone the same time that the original person was actually born. I don't know. I don't know. I just see a lot of
plan these things years, decades, hundreds of years. I mean,
It's-
this whole
yeah.
elite system goes back centuries, so it's nothing for them to wait a lifetime of one person. They're growing these
It could be.
trainers and these athletes and whatever for these reasons. That's what I believe. I mean, I believe it.
I don't know.
At this point, I mean, it's ridiculous what's going on.
Yeah.
I even think my pockets shifted. I didn't want to tell you guys that because I don't want to sound nuts and think I'm going to be the next guy on the Criminal Minds show. I swear my pocket every day was on the right side of my shirt, not on my left. It's just weird, but maybe that's just me. But who knows with the Mandela things anymore? I mean, what since Baylor put up a Burger Queen, I never heard that thing. So whatever. It's my pocket always put on my left, right?
All right. Hey, we're going to let somebody else call in. All right, brother? Great call.
Okay. All right. I'm out of here. Thank you, guys.
All right. Bye-bye.
All right.
Thanks.
Bye. All right. I'm gonna.
Hey, check out my video if you get a chance. If you haven't, it's all about your Bible change.
Yeah. Maybe when I get some fucking internet.
Yeah.
Yeah, right. But I put all the Bible changes you guys have been talking about, all these other channels, and what, as much as I could.
All right. Cool.
That way, take you up. So, anyway,
All right.
Good talking to you. Take care.
All right.
All right. Bye. Put the number back up.
Okay. Well, hold on. I got another call coming in already. I'm gonna take it.
Oh, all right. Cool.
Unveiling this realm. You're on with Brian and Karen. What's up? What's up?
Hey, Karen, how's it going? It's William.
Hi, William. How you doing?
Hey, I'm good. Brian, how are you doing this evening? I guess you're talking about the Mandela effect, huh? Or I mean the realm switching?
Yeah, I mean, because they had that huge hit piece on Criminal Minds, but I mean, we can talk about whatever. Karen, how many people are in the chat right now?
Right now, I've got 200.
Okay, cool. All right, why, William? What's up? What's going on?
Oh, well, since we're talking about that, why not? So I'm trying to remember if that came to light before I saw Mark's Clues, however many years ago it was now, 4 or 5 years ago.
Yeah.
I think it was funny that, I don't know if you guys ever thought about this, but everything that I know about the Mandela effect, and I'm sorry, Karen, I'm just going to say that term for now.
That's okay.
Was it's all about making us believe or not believe something's not correct. And it's everything we've made, everything man's made, whether it's a movie, a book, a title, a fact, but nothing about our reality. And I'm not sure if that happened before FE movement came about. And I know it's been planned and it's been allowed to happen. Nothing happens in this world, right? That unless God allows it. But I just thought it was funny that here we are doubting just a movie line when they faked us out about the reality of where we actually live. Which, if you think,
What do you mean? Well, physical reality is changing, and physical things in our possession. It's not just about a movie line. Our anatomy's changing under our skin, and land masses are moving. It's kind of a big deal.
well, maybe, I mean, just on the surface, I'm looking at this, the Bernstein Bears, Sex in the City or Sex, at the City or whatever they say, Mandela, the actual thing that why they used it. I also
You haven't looked at it. You haven't really looked at it much at all because you're just talking about the same surface changes that these mainstream things float out there. So you'll dismiss it real quick, exactly like I explained earlier. Sex in the City, Berenstain. So you think it's just a spelling thing or people pronounce something wrong? Hey, have you been before you looked at Flat Earth? What other topics were you looking into? Did you look at like 9/11 and these types of things?
Well, I was studying the Bible quite a bit. In fact,
So in Isaiah 11, In Isaiah 11:6, I mean, what animal lies with the lamb?
It's the wolf. But you
Oh, the
forget.
wolf?
Here's what I'm going to suggest. And just hear me out if you would. Is that
Yeah.
very popular Christian song called "The Lion and the Lamb," and it's sung
Yeah.
so much. I'm going to
Yeah.
liken it to Tommy Boy, where
Mhm.
Chris Farley is saying, "Luke, I'm your father," and not the real movie quote. So I just think, with as much as we've got going on in this life with our taxes and bills, and that we're overloaded, and I think those little details can get scrambled. And I mean, I could be wrong, but I think that sounds reasonable.
Dude, there's so many other things. I mean, dude, your kidneys have moved. Your kidneys, a kidney was illegal in boxing because it was in your lower back and it could kill you. Your kidney is now up protected behind your rib cage. South America is now like 1,500 miles to the right of where it was, and the Panama Canal goes north and south now. And Black Tom, how do all these people not know about Black Tom? I mean, what's your opinion on Black Tom? How did you not know about that?
I'm sorry, not know about what?
Exactly. Black Tom. Tell me about Black Tom.
You're talking about the black bird, the swan that swims on a lake?
No,
Nope. I'm talking about Black Tom.
Black Tom. Hold on, easy, Brian, because William's a cool guy. He's a nice guy. He's called.
No, I am. I'm easy. I'm just saying. I'm making a point. Black Tom. You don't know about Black Tom? Well, Black Tom is an event that popped into our timeline, and it's the first terror attack on U.S. soil, and nobody's ever heard of it. Where 2 German spies snuck in through New Jersey in 1916 and blew off 100,000 pounds of TNT and damaged the Statue of Liberty so bad that nobody's been to the torch. Yet we've all spoken to many people that have been to the torch, and everybody's research through 9/11 and all these other terror events and everything. There was always a common narrative that you would hear, whether no matter what you believe on 9/11 or the other things, you always hear 9/11 was the second foreign attack on U.S. soil. Pearl Harbor was the first. But now it's not, because now there's this whole other attack by the Germans, and they keep attacking us in this reality. You've never heard of Torpedo Alley either. This isn't about a movie change. This is 5,000 Americans dead off the coast of North Carolina, and 500 of our ships were sunk. But nobody's ever heard of that. The JFK assassination went from 4 people in the car to 6. You ask anybody, everybody remembers 4. And on top of that, if I were to ask you, what do you think about what videos did you see of the assassination? What would you say?
Hey, Brian, can I just real quick? You're going at a mile a minute, but that's all right. That Tornado Alley or Torpedo Alley, what year is that supposedly that happened?
1941, I believe.
1941. So, yeah.
Have you ever heard of it? Have you ever heard of it?
Hold on. All I can speak on is what I've been taught and told. And the only way I could say something for sure is if I've seen it with my own eyes, or a lifelong friend that I know either wouldn't lie to me, that I would maybe take a person's word. But anything that I'm told in books and news, I mean, I'm not gonna acquiesce. I'm sorry, I can't do that anymore after what we've learned.
Yeah.
So,
and I can show footage of the divers that went down to those boats, and those boats are really down there. And that footage has been out for years in this reality, but nobody's ever heard of it. Quite odd.
Yeah, there's probably a lot none of us have heard of, because my goodness, look at all the books. I did a Google once. 94 billion books have been written since the printing press, and that's a lot. That's a lot of information. And supposedly we have the technology to put all those printed books up, in a flash, hard drive nowadays. With the terabytes that we have, be way above terabytes now. So I don't know. I'd say it's all relative, Brian. I don't know. All I know is that the people around me, and the locality I live in, and I'm just gonna try to, I don't know, Brian. Karen, how's it going? How you doing? Help me.
It's okay. What did you?
I've been reading the Word quite a while, Brian. And the day I watched Mark Sargent's movies, and the only reason why I watched it because it was titled "Their Hiding Guy was God was the biggest lie ever," and so I watched that, and I happened to be lucky enough to step out my door and talk to a brother in the Lord. And I asked, hey, do you think they lied to us about where we live, that we don't live on a globe? And guess what his response was, yeah, I wouldn't doubt it. They lie about everything. The world's under this way.
Yeah.
And I'm
But
like,
but you can't stop there. You can't stop with just the physical reality, because there's a lot more to it. And a lot of people in flat earth talk about that brings them closer to God and a spiritual side. We're seeing things supernaturally change. And besides just thinking, oh, maybe we didn't hear about something, we see things incrementally change in front of us as we're watching them. I mean, come on, man. You said you know about the Bible a lot. Planets wasn't in the Bible. Everybody knows that. Every flat earth has seen the Christian-based flat earth versus globe discussions that would get into the 200 or so, so-called proofs that the earth's flat, where they talk about the fixed and immovable earth and the earth is stationary and all this in the Bible. And then it would go to the flat earthers saying to the globe believers, well, planets isn't even in the Bible. Well, planets is in the King James Bible.
if I'm not mistaken, planeo, the Greek word, means deception.
No, I'm telling you the word planets is in the Bible when it wasn't in there. I don't want to be told it's a metaphor for constellations or wandering stars. It wasn't in there. And when we first told people that the lion and the lamb changed to the wolf and the lamb, it was only the King James. So what did they say? They said what you're saying, basically, that it was a translation issue. And then if people would have paid attention over the last 2 years, it's incrementally seeped into every version of the Bible. And now they all say the wolf. They didn't a couple years ago, and people use that argument against us.
Well, could I ask you which version you were quoting when you said that they put planet in there?
I'm quoting the King James Version, and it's in Kings 23:5.
Kings 23. I actually have an old King James that I've had before this
Yep.
movement, way before. So while
Yep.
you're talking, gladly look.
Yeah, exactly. Pull out the hard copy. Pull out the hard copy. If it's a KJV, your hard copy, even if it's a 1611 and it's been in your family for 300 years, it's going to say planets in your Bible, brother.
I'm sorry, give me the address again.
Kings 23:5.
First Kings 23:5. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Karen, do you have anything for me?
I'm actually interested to see what you read when you open the Bible, because I mean, the Mandela effect is definitely more Brian's wheelhouse. I'm kind of new to it. There are things that I consider to have changed that are totally different from my memory, and it goes beyond. For me, it goes beyond a logo change or a movie line or a children's book, that sort of thing. Like those, I actually don't put very much stock in those things, even though the very first one that I did come across, or the very first one that I saw was Chick-fil-A change from CHIC to CHICK. And I remember that very distinctly because there were no Chick-fil-A's in California, which is where I moved here from. I moved from California to North Carolina. And when I moved here, I was getting to know the area and getting to know the restaurants and stuff around here, because I was totally new, over 2,000 miles from my original home. So Chick-fil-A was a new chain to me. And I remember it being spelled CHIC, filet. And then, I was at home and I was looking at stuff online, and I came across, people talking about how it had changed from CHIC to CHIC, CHIC to CHICK. And I thought, that's weird. I thought it was CHIC because it was something that I had paid attention to, specifically trying to learn what was in my town and around me. And there's a Chick-fil-A uptown. So that was the first change that I ever came across. I totally dismissed it. I felt like, who cares if some crappy fast food restaurant's name changes? Because I don't. I just didn't care. It wasn't until many years later when I came across other things that had changed that were much more significant, like famous pieces of art, historical facts, specific details about historical events that were different. So that's where I come from.
When I was in Arkansas, Chick-fil-A was there as well, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah.
That pump. Yeah. And so, well, and you know what? I'm just going to play an advocate. I'm not going to say, that bad advocate, but just an advocate that, companies get bought out. The company I work for right now has been bought now 3 times in 8 years.
But you don't think we do research on that and check for transactions made between companies and logo changes and all this? We research all that. If that's the case, really, just simply like go debunk it. Like stovetop stuffing never existed in this reality. And I bet there's 200 people chat that remember it being stovetop stuffing. Now it's always been Kraft. So you should be able to go show that business transaction where Kraft bought out Stouffer's. And I'd love for you to post that because you can't. It didn't happen. We check that stuff. We don't just come out and make claims that, and we know that logos can change and brands can be rebranded and all that. We're not retarded, dude. No offense, but I mean, that's just crazy. That's crazy talk. We're way past that.
I'm footballing here. I mean, don't take offense or personal, Brian. I'm just throwing some thought here. I've been listening for a while, and so
No, I know, but that's like if you told. It's really almost like if you told me the Earth is flat, and I said, "Haven't you ever seen a picture from space?" I mean, that's really like at that level. You're really not even thinking about it. You really think that people that are highly intelligent, I know you don't think I'm an idiot, and I'm not trying to argue. I respect you, bro, and everybody tells me you're a good guy. That's cool. I'm just saying, like, do you really think that if talking about it this passionately and knowledgeable at other topics, we haven't checked to see if there was a company was bought out or there was a documented logo change on every single Mandela effect I brought up? You can't show me any proof of the company buying them out, a logo change, or it's because of a reissue or anything like that. I'm careful about this.
First, I'm not the one making the claim. You're telling me for the first time, and I'd have to look into it, absolutely.
So what did your Bible say? Did you pull it out?
Here, let me give you an example. Real world, okay?
No, what about the Bible? You said you were going to pull it out. Did you get your Bible?
Hey. Oh, yeah. Okay, so we went down some rabbit trail, but that's all good. So I'm going to give you the thing again. You said 1 Kings 23 something.
I said Kings 23:5 in the KJV.
Okay, well, I got some news for you, sir. My King James ends at Kings chapter 22. There is no 1 Kings 23. How's that?
Well, this Kings 23:5 and everybody else's, so I really don't know what you're saying, dude. I mean, I don't know what to tell you. I don't know.
Again, I have my Bible.
Okay.
I've had for 16 years. Only 16 years. It's the study Bible that I got from Shepherd's Chapel.
Okay.
And
cool.
It ends in chapter 23, and then Second Kings starts.
2 Kings. Yeah, go to 2 Kings.
Okay. Oh, excellent. Sorry. I thought I said 1 Kings. I'm sorry. It's not a really good connection. So
you did say 1 Kings, but Brian is not a heavy Bible reader.
Oh, very well. I used to not be either, so it's all good. Okay, so 23, you said verse 5, and he put down the idolatrous priests whom the kings of Judah had ordained to burn incense in the high places in the cities of Judah and in the places round about Jerusalem. Them also that burnt incense unto Baal, to the sun, and to the moon, and to the planet, and to all the hosts of heaven. Okay.
Yep.
So now I'm going to go look up what that original word meant in the...
You can go look at the definition of the word, but the word wasn't in there. That was the whole point of you going to look for the word. Now you're going to say it's a metaphor for something else. I mean, we could do this all day. Do you know the Lord's Prayer by your heart?
Okay, so you're telling me that you know for a fact planets wasn't in there when you're not that well read, or at least that's what Karen kind of hinted towards. But
This conversation's going on. I'm going to take a smoke break.
Okay.
I'll be back.
Well, a lot of Christians. Have you ever heard them say that, William, that planets is not in the Bible? Have you ever heard that before? As far as like a proof.
No, I haven't. But I in line, and then so is unicorn. When I look it up, it means a single horned animal in the rhinoceros. Actually, one of the types of rhinoceros will qualify for that description. But I'm looking it up now, Karen. It's the actual word planet. So planet. Oh, it does notate it here. The 12 signs of the zodiac. Which I know about those. Yep. So it's the original word 4208. So I got to look up 4208 in the Hebrew. 4208 in the Hebrew. Wow, I had no idea I'm going to get to do a Bible study. Cool. What'd I say? Oh man,
I mean, it is something I've heard Rob Skiba talk about.
Yeah, I'd love to be able to chit chat with him calmly and everything. And I'd love to talk to that man. I'm a veteran myself and flew in a chopper and even got to fly an F-16. And yeah, I think I'd be able to. We'd have some good dialogue, I think. 52. Oh, 9. And Greek. No, I looked up the word. I forgot it. It was a 40. I'm going to go back. I'm so sorry, Karen.
It's
I'm
okay.
nervous. Everybody's listening. Millions of people. I'm nervous. Okay.
Millions. No, it's okay.
Hundreds? I can handle hundreds.
Yeah, it's a little over 200, 221.
So what's up, y'all?
Yeah. See, Brian does get excited about the Mandela effect. That is his thing. But I get it. I know that it doesn't resonate with everybody. Just like flat Earth isn't going to resonate with everybody. It's just one of those things. And for me, actually, it was hard for me to accept it. I mean, years. I denied it for years. I knew a lot of people that talked about it, and I never wanted to look at it. Even when I first met Brian, I didn't really even care to watch his videos because it didn't really matter to me. But there were a couple of things that I did see from his stuff that, I guess it would be referred to as an anchor memory, where I was like, okay, now I do remember this a certain way. And it was very specific, and it was significant to me, and significant enough for me to look into it. I'm sorry, go ahead.
Are you talking about the Mandela or the FE?
Mandela. Well, I refer to it as a reality shift. Is a much better term.
Okay, so that is Hebrew word 4208, which is a noun, mazal, and it means constellation. So it's the constellations up in the firmament, which the Bible does say it was for signs and for seasons.
Yeah.
And I said that's exactly what people do. Is you're gonna go and tell me that the word means another word, but the word itself, planets, wasn't in there. That's the whole basis of the argument.
Brian, calm down, because the original word in Hebrew does mean constellations, and I've heard that a lot, and I've heard that from Jack too.
I know that.
So why somebody is, I don't know why it's changing to planets, why it says planets now, but the original Hebrew word. So when he's looking up the translation of the original Hebrew word and it's saying constellations, he's correct in that. That is what
I know he is. But that's not what the argument is. The argument is the printed word planet wasn't in the Bible, but it is. Not what it used to mean. Aliens is in the Bible now too. Jesus was hung in a tree in your Bible. Act 5:30, not on a cross. Jesus was slew in a tree.
Hey Karen, I'm gonna get going because I'm maybe another episode I can talk and I can understand. But I appreciate you picking up my call.
Okay, no problem. Thank you for calling, William.
No worries. Yeah, Brian, good meeting you. I didn't take
All right, man.
you said personally at all. I really didn't.
No, I know. It's cool, bro. We're all good. I'm just watching you go into denial, and you thought you were going to look in there and not see the word planet. You went and got your Bible, actually looked, and it was in there. So now you're going into the whole metaphor mode that people do. And it's cool. I get it. It's hard for people to accept this, but it's not just trivial changes. The Lord's Prayer even changed. I got somebody's Bible.
All right. Let's stop.
God bless you anyway. All right. All right. Hey, Rob, shout out to Rob Skiba, Matt Long, Calvary Chapel Man, myself, and whoever else is out there. Have a good night. God bless you.
All right. Good night.
Okay.
Oof.
It's painful.
Well, he wasn't saying that he wasn't gonna find planets. He just went to look up to see what it said. I don't know if he even knew exactly what he was looking up when you gave him that verse.
But the whole point of the argument is that all the flat earthers will tell the globe believers that planets isn't in there, and planets is in there. It wasn't though, but it is now. Just like the Lord's Prayer change, we didn't get to that yet. Just like the men lying with men now, men have lactating breasts. Aliens are in the Bible now. Jesus was hung in a tree. There's a lot.
All right, hold on. I'm getting a call. Unveiling this realm. Who's this?
Hello, this is Nathan.
Hi,
This
Nathan.
is Karen.
This is
Hey,
Karen.
Karen.
It is.
Hey,
I'm
which
glad I
Nathan
got
is this?
you.
We know like 100 Nathans.
There
Is this
too.
Nathan?
The show.
I don't know. Which Nathan is this?
Nathan Sanders.
Nathan Sanders.
I've
Awesome.
never listened to your show or Brian.
Oh, okay. Do you have a different screen name do you participate in chat, or you just?
Yeah, Nathan Sanders.
He's on
Oh, okay.
Facebook.
That's me.
He
Okay.
posts a lot of Mandela effect on. So what's up?
Yeah, I've I follow it. Yeah, I wanted to talk about Criminal Minds a little bit because I did, watch the show today and I took some notes. One thing that I found really interesting. Well, first off, the ratings for Criminal Minds last week was 5.9 million Americans saw the show. So you can imagine, somewhere around 6 million people saw that last night. So that was their introduction, I'm sure, most of them to the Mandela effect.
Yeah.
It reminded me of the X-Files episode, except with that they did more of a mockery. This was more fear. And so they use, what I've noticed in the 5 years now I've been researching Mandela effect is they use either mockery, ridicule, or fear. And for them to go to this extreme, what they did on the show, it makes me feel that they're running scared, if you know what I mean.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
So the first thing that I noticed was the very first shot you see is the Washington Monument, which of course is an Egyptian obelisk, which evokes the timelessness of ancient civilizations. Of course, it has connotations to the phallus of Osiris, which I'm sure you're very much aware of. And who was Osiris? Well, he was the god of the dead and ruler of the underworld. So immediately, I think they were telling us who's put this together, who's sending us this message we're about to watch. The other thing I found really interesting, there were two writers credited. There was an Eric Stiller and an Erica Meredith. So both writers have the name Eric in them, and so does the producer. The producer was Erica Moser, and Erica means, in Old Norse, ruler. So, having decoded this stuff for the last 5 years, I could tell immediately they were giving us their calling card. This is who this is coming from. And there were, like the Lunicorn, the first coffee trailer they show, it's called Lunicorn. It has the unicorns on it. Of course, the unicorn in the Bible, the Mandela effect.
That's right. I noticed the Lunicorn too.
Yeah. So immediately they're establishing, the source of this. I call them the people of the lie. That's what I call them. There's a book by Scott Peck that wrote a book about evil, humanity and evil, called The People of the Lie. And so to me, this was sort of their calling card. And also the fact, did you notice that the cave was interesting? That he kept coming into the cave with the heads, and that was, reminding me of the allegory of the cave. Are you both familiar with that? Plato's allegories of the cave?
Yes. Yeah.
I'm not.
So
you're not, Brian?
No.
It's like there's like a little cartoon where all these people, they're living in a cave and they only know what's in the cave,
Right. Yeah. They're prisoners chained in a cave, and they're unable to turn their heads, and so all they can see is the wall of the cave, and behind them is a fire. And between the fire and the prisoners, there's a parapet, and there are puppeteers walking on it. And the puppeteers are behind the prisoners. They hold up the puppets. These cast shadows on the wall of the cave, and the prisoners are unable to see the puppets, the real objects. So what the prisoners see and hear are shadows, echoes, cast by objects that they do not see. So what his point was that these prisoners would mistake appearance for reality. They would think that the things they see on the wall, the shadows, were real, and they would know nothing of the real source of the shadows. So I thought that was really interesting that they put the cave in there. Of course, Baphomet, and if I was the producers of Donnie Darko, I would sue them. I mean, they just ripped out Frank from that movie, you know, the rabbit character. I know this was a code, but they used the same visual effects. If you haven't seen Donnie Darko, I suggest people see it if they saw this episode. So that really struck me as being interesting. There was another thing that they brought in, which was really bizarre, I thought, and that was the decapitation. And as the
It was crazy.
they were doing.
That was insane, dude.
I'm sorry, say that again.
Ah, that was insane. He's chopping people's heads off with an axe, dude, because he's Mandela affected.
Yeah, and at one point, Rusty, the character, says to him, "You have to mark him Kyle." So that's Revelation 24. That's what they're doing. They're taking things now from the Bible and putting that out there, because Revelation 24 is it's saying, "I saw the souls of them that were beheaded for the witness for the word of God, and they had not worshipped the beast, neither his image, neither had received his mark on their foreheads or in their hands." So that was them sort of doing throwing some biblical stuff in there. And just the whole way that they presented the Mandela effect, of course, you know, but there were some truth drops, you know, that's kind of what sort of they do. They sort of drop these truths in, like he says, at one point, "You can't see what you refuse to look at." And I thought that was, you know, that was really interesting. So to me, it was definitely a psychological operation on people who had not experienced the Mandela effect or didn't know anything about it. Now, if anyone in your family or any of your friends saw it and you talk to them about it, that's the first thing they're going to think of, unfortunately.
Yeah. And they've been going with a full court press for the last few months with all this stuff, one after another, from the Monopoly game to the Mandela movie, the Ed McMahon stuff, to the Vox, to the friggin' Peanuts planter guy, to the painted black thing. It just goes on and on.
I don't know, Brian, if maybe you or Ken, if you know, Brian, if you took a smoke break during the commercials, but they did have a Domino's Pizza Tom Cruise risky business commercial during when you watch it on their
I showed it the other night. Yeah, I didn't see that. I showed it the other night. Yeah. Oh, everybody knows white shirt and sunglasses. I mean, look at all the residue in that video I put up. And plenty of people have done videos on that in years past. The old one, but I mean, it's just ridiculous, dude.
And I guess the only other thing I wanted to share was some background information I found out, which was really interesting about the show itself. The original star of the show was his name was Matt Potemkin, and he left the series. And what he said was he described his time on the series as very destructive to his soul. Years after he left Criminal Minds, and I'm reading here from an interview that he gave, he spoke about not feeling comfortable with the subject matter. He revealed to New York Magazine why he left the show. He said, and I'm quoting him, "The biggest public mistake I ever made was that I chose to do Criminal Minds in the very first place. I thought it was something very different. I never thought they were going to kill and rape all these women every night, every day, week after week, year after year. It was very destructive to my soul and my personality. After that, I don't think I would get to work in television again. I didn't think I would get to work in television again." And he said he was concerned about the effect that it has. He says, "I'm not making a judgment on the taste of the people who watch these crime procedurals, but I'm concerned about the effect it has. Audiences all over the world use this programming as their bedtime story. This isn't what you need to be dreaming about." And then
He went on.
The series, they killed off his character by a serial killer.
Wow, he went off. At first, I thought it was just going to be like a little vague statement. Like he went into detail there.
Yeah. Wow.
Yeah, to show that there's something evil about the show itself.
Mhm.
So, and also it's been canceled. This is its last season. It's not coming back.
That's
and I
good.
would guarantee, I'm a playwright and a screenwriter professionally, and I can guarantee you that the writers they credited did not write that script. That came from an agency because it was terrible.
Oh yeah.
Hard. It was awfully written, and the one of the few examples they gave, if you remember, they actually inverted Berenstain. So what they
I talked about that. I talked about that. The woman said it backwards, and some people remember it as Berenstain, and I'm like, no, that's how you remember it right now, lady. That's what you guys are saying it is.
So they used one of the probably most popular examples and twisted it purposely so that people sitting at home who remember Berenstain Bears would now think that the Mandela effect is that we thought it was always Berenstain Bears. So then they will.
Yeah.
So it was extremely calculated, put together with a purpose and an agenda without a doubt.
Right.
Yeah.
And
Great.
you mentioned
Biggest.
So
Yeah.
with the shooter, I would not put it past them at some point to pull something like that and attach Mandela effect. I don't, I'm just hoping it wasn't a test run of something they plan on doing in the real world.
Oh, no kidding.
Because they got to discredit Mandela effect. This is the most dangerous thing that has ever happened to these people. They've been trying to cover it up for years and years and years, and they're panicking because it's the one phenomenon that the person experiences personally. It's real. So it's not where other things, you have to sort of believe other people's stories or accounts or whistleblower, but this is something you experience yourself. You know in your heart and soul that has changed, and it alters your consciousness, and they're scared.
Yeah. Well said. I agree.
So,
and this has been going on for years. Reality shifts, which is what I think a more proper term for what we refer to as the Mandela effect. But reality shifts have been going on for long time, maybe even decades.
Oh, a lot longer than that. Forever. I think since the beginning.
It's 1973. That's as far back as I can trace. And it was Oscar Mayer. And I'll tell you what they did. Advertising plays a huge role in the cover-up. So what they did when Oscar Mayer changed spelling, they had to issue a commercial that would reinforce the new spelling. And that's when they put out the volume commercial. And that's
what they keep doing.
Kid on the pier, spell it out to make so it rewrites the memory in the brain, but we still pronounce it the way it used to be spelled. We're not pronouncing it correctly. So
no. But that's what they're trying to do. They try and drop in the new backstory information all the time to try and make people, just when the new people coming along, just doubt the changes. I mean, that's why we see all these, all of a sudden now there's these Black Tom videos coming out, and I swear they're watching my videos and they're talking about it verbatim, trying to, say it's nonsense.
Right, exactly. And they push the timeline element, which to me is a false narrative. The last thing they want people to associate with the changes is a higher divine intelligence. That they do not.
Yeah.
That the source of these changes is coming from a supernatural power that they have absolutely no control over. All they can do is hide it and ridicule or threaten or whatever they can do, because this is, to me, this is the cosmic prison break. This is the escape hatch. Because when you actually question the reality, you begin to detach from the system. And so it's accelerating. A lot of people right now are hearing about the Mandela effect because, it's the more of us talk about it, the more people see it in pop culture or it's a snowball effect.
Yeah, I agree, because actually, I even think that, the way I've looked at things has changed, and things have sort of elevated for me consciously ever since I started getting into this, the reality shifts and paying attention to it and recognizing it and just acknowledging that it's even possible. Every time I learn about something new that can happen here in this realm that I didn't know about before. It's like everything kind of steps up a notch. I don't know if that makes any sense. Just the things I see, the way I experience things, the things that I notice, the actually even the way that I am myself and able to manifest certain things. Like I've been doing it every now, here and there, I'll be thinking about something a lot and then it'll happen, and it's just, it's something that it would happen to me before, but now it's more often. It happens even more. And it's kind of trippy. It's really cool and really scary. It's cool and it's scary at the same time, but it's just amazing. It's amazing. And I, wouldn't go back for nothing,
No, and also I noticed they did put in the sort of the idea, I wish I could go back to my old timeline. And we hear a lot of people talk about that. And I think, well, what timeline is that you want to go back to? 20,000 people were still starving every day in this world, even in that old timeline. If that's, I've proven to myself, this is not timelines merging. It's, I've studied this everything for 5 long years, ever since I had my Zelle Acct 2015. And there are alterations that would not have been approved in any reality. They just don't make any sense. I believe that these are changes being made to a single reality.
It has to be, because a real big theory is the whole, we went from Sagittarius to Orion, or we went from an old Earth to a new Earth, or we're jumping timelines, but none of that explains incremental changes. That, for me, that debunks all those ideas.
Yeah, I pretty quickly, took off time travel and alternate timelines and merging reality and all that. All of that, what that does is that takes out a supernatural power that's actually doing the changes for a person.
And when they start adding, when you start stacking on more timelines or more parallel universes, you're becoming less and less significant, just like science wants you to be.
Well, yeah, and I thought it was interesting too that they made him a high school physics teacher. So I don't know if that was a Cynthia Sue Larson, or what, but they definitely have them in their sights. They've even made a statement, not many people know anything about quantum, quantum mechanics, quantum theory, and they don't. But it seems like there's been a real push to push people in that direction as far as, simulation, timelines, and that kind of thing. And I think there's something just like far greater going on here.
It's just like Alex Jones and 9/11. So once you wake up and realize that, hey, 9/11 wasn't what they told us, like waking up and realizing the Mandela effect isn't real. So they're going to have a gatekeeping net set up. So like with Alex Jones, okay, you think you're awake to 9/11, but this guy's really just sending you down all these fear paths. Well, you think you're waking up to the Mandela effect from something like the Mandela Effect movie or one of these things, but all they're doing is steering you down the direction of CERN or D-Wave computers and all these things that are an anti-God agenda.
Right, exactly. And I think a lot of the changes are messages, I believe. If we could figure out a way to decode these, I think there may be something important that's trying to be communicated with us. I have felt from the main reason I even started searching, and I had a near-death experience in 2013, and during that experience, the being that I encountered was a male human-looking being, just like us. He said, you're going to notice something, experience something in a couple of years that's going to change everything. So I kept waiting for what was this going to be. And then it was in August 2015, I found out that Sex and the City had changed and what the title of the show was. So that was my first one. And then I found Lion Atlanta, and it just went, and it's up in August of 2015. There weren't any videos hardly at all on YouTube about it. Within 2 months, it was everywhere. So it all of a sudden exploded in the fall of 2015. I don't know, but I found out just a couple months before. And to me, it's miraculous.
So what's
the most mind-blowing thing I've ever experienced in my entire life? And I'm 50. I'll be 53 years old and next month. I've never seen anything like this. And when I started researching it, I started seeing the cover up and the attempt to hide it. And that's when I got really suspicious. That's when I thought, no, there's something here. This is important. I need to really pay close attention to this. So anyway, that's a little bit of my story, but I want to keep tie up the phone. But I just want to thank you both for all the work you're doing. Please keep up the great work you're doing. I watch both your channels.
Awesome. Thank
Nick,
you.
but before you go, you know the two questions, your biggest Mandela effect, and how did you originally find us from the start?
I found you probably, I think it's been maybe a year and a half ago. When did you start doing the Mandela Effect broadcast?
About a year and a half ago.
Okay, it was right about, maybe it was within the last year. And I just found you through YouTube, you know, back before they messed with the algorithms, you know, you would get suggested other Mandela Effect videos. And so I found you that way and just started watching.
Yeah, all right.
My biggest, you know, one that everyone would know, of course, would be my first. That was Sex in the City. But the biggest Mandela effect I have is a personal Mandela effect, and that was the damage to my car was repaired overnight. And that blew my mind. Also, the people in my life who knew my car and knew how bad the back was damaged. So once that happened, it was absolutely factory fresh. So that's been the craziest thing I've witnessed personally so far in my own life was the car. You know, there's no explanation for it. I left the house with a roommate. We were on the road. We saw a car that looked exactly like my car. And I said, look, that looks exactly like my car. And my roommate said, yeah, the damage to the back is exactly the same. I said, well, the license plate's different. So when we got back to the house an hour later, we went to look at my car, and Karen, Brian, it was absolutely perfect. Nothing had ever happened to it. My roommate saw it. I got quiet and went in the house. You know, it's very disturbing to people. You know, I can't explain it, but it happened. So that's my big one.
Wow. Well, thank you, man. Thank you for the fucking awesome call, bro.
Let's keep a positive mind and a hopeful that there will be, you know, that this is just going to get really amazing, and we'll be able to find the truth as we keep going forward. Because I think that's the main thing. Do you want to know the truth, or do you want to stay in the deception? And I want to know the truth, whatever it is. I want to know.
Yep.
So,
exactly.
Okay, well, you guys, thank you for taking my call. It's great talking with you, and like I said, keep up the great work.
All right. Thank you.
Okay. Bye-bye.
Bye. Night.
Awesome.
All right. Here lies the globe. If that was you trying to call, if you were the 701 number and you still want to call, you can call right now. I'll answer your call first. Or if not, if you're going to go to bed, you can go to bed. Because I had a bunch of calls coming in at once, and I just picked up. Okay, here we go. Unveiling this realm.
Hello, Karen and Brian. This is Mountain Scooter.
Hey, Mountain Scooter.
Hey,
How y'all doing?
good. What's up?
Hey, Brian, those first questions that you always ask, for me, it was Mr. Rogers' Neighborhood, and when I went to research it on YouTube, I found your channel. So I just want to throw that out there real quick.
All right, awesome.
Hey, I just want to ask a question real quick. You know me, I'm Mountain Scooter. My channel's all about the Rubik's Cube, and the spelling of it changed for a couple of years, and then about 3 weeks ago, it changed it back to the original. And I did this on Freaky Friday last week, so if anybody was there on that show, they already know. But how do you spell the Rubik's Cube, Rubik's specifically?
Well, I'll let the chat answer because you already asked me live on the air.
I'm not
No.
watching the chat just like you. I can't see the chat, but I will. I'll watch it after the call. But yeah, it changed for a couple of years, and it really affected a lot of people on the show last week. And I was like, I'm so glad that they see the same thing that I see, because it messed with my mind for a minute. For a couple of years, I was like, all right, maybe I had it wrong all these years. And I learned how to solve the cube back in junior high school, way back in the day. It was like 1984, something like that. And it was spelled one way for many, many years. And then for a couple of years it changed. And then just like 3 weeks ago, it went right back to the original spelling. And I'm talking even the labels on my cubes. I have like over 100 cubes. And the label on the cubes themselves changed 3 weeks ago.
Well, people have been answering, so why don't you tell people what it is now?
It is the original. It's RUBIKS, which is the name of the Erno Rubik. ERNO Rubik was the guy that invented it in Hungary way back in 74 or something like that. And then it became popular overseas back in the day. It didn't make it to America until 1980. People didn't even really start playing with it until 1982. I learned how to solve it in 1984, so I was 14 years old at the time. And then about 2 years ago, about 2.5 years ago, it changed to RUBIX. And
That's what I remembered. I remembered RUBIX.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
3 weeks ago, it changed back to RUBIK apostrophe S. It's apostrophe S, I'm sorry, apostrophe S. Because it's Rubik's. It's Erno Rubik's Cube. He owns it. He made it, and that's why there's the apostrophe S on there, not an S. It's K apostrophe S. It changed for a couple of years.
Wasn't Bob saying that there were two companies side by side? That one was the original and one was like a
Yeah, I thought he said that. What do you know about that, Scooter? Is there another company?
I looked into that. I thought maybe there was a company change or something like that, but no, that's not the case. Erno is still the guy that owns the Rubik's Cube. He always has. He never allowed anyone to take over his trade name, copyright, and all that stuff. There's tons and tons and tons of other companies that make cubes, which I do buy a lot of cubes from China that are made by, they're made by other people because they're faster, they're speed cubes. And because I'm a speed cuber, I can solve it in like 30 seconds to a minute. And for the original Rubik's Cube, you cannot do that because it's so slow. It's so hard to turn. And then they had their 40th year anniversary of the Rubik's Cube 5 or 6, 7 years ago, and they started making their cubes faster, like the ones from China. They are faster now. So if you go to Walmart and get one for $10 now, it is going to be a way faster cube. Nothing like the original Rubik's Cube. But the logo never did change until, like I said, a couple of years ago. The logo on the white side of the cube, on the center dot, where it has the little Rubik's Cube logo, that is what changed. And even on the packaging, it changed. And then 3 weeks ago, it changed back to the original RUBIK apostrophe S instead of an X.
That's crazy.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm seeing both show up in the search terms, but it's saying that it's Rubik's, RUBIK apostrophe S.
And that's what it should be. That's what it was most of my life until, well, like I said, for 2 years, it changed. For about 2.5 years, it changed to RUBIX.
Interesting.
Crazy.
So I just want to throw that out there. Not going to take up time.
All right, brother. Thank you.
Yeah.
Awesome.
It's just a big one for me because, being that I'm a speed cuber, I have to learn these algorithms in order to solve the cube quickly. And you know what muscle memory is? When you get an algorithm into your muscle memory and you're associating it with the name of the cube that you're solving it for, I mean, how can you forget that? I mean, that is not something that can just change and you not notice it. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
When I did notice it, when I noticed that it changed to the X, at that time, that many years ago, 2.5 years ago, I did not know about the Mandela effect. So I assumed that I was getting it wrong all those years, and then I was misremembering or whatever. And now that I know about the Mandela effect and it changed back 3 weeks ago, I was like, that is it. That's the original. That's the way it was spelled originally. Yeah. But if you look up ERNO Rubik, that's the guy that made it. That is how he spells his name. And the cube is named after him. So, yeah, there you go. All right. I just want to throw that out there.
All right, thanks.
All right. Y'all have a good one.
You too.
Later.
All righty. Well, let's see. Let me put the number back up there. If anybody else wants to call in. Oh,
Off the fucking hook tonight, son.
Unveiling this realm. Who am I speaking with?
I've been trying to call in all night so I could yell at Brian.
Oh, okay. Well, go ahead.
Who is it?
I don't know.
Making me watch that show. Oh,
Who's this?
I'm Pammy Jean in the chat.
Oh, Pammy Jean. Hello, Pammy Jean.
Hi.
Hello.
Hello, Brian.
Hello, how are you?
I'm good. I watched your stupid show.
What did you think of?
Yell at you. So the first thing that I noticed was they had a lot of gratuitous knowledge. Like they had a lot of supposition that became truth really early on. Like, oh, all of a sudden all the guys had kids. Well, they all have beards too. You know, it didn't make any sense to me how they left that. Now, if it had been later in the show, like after they met with the social worker, that would have made more sense.
Yeah.
So that was a little odd. And second, I don't think it was really about the Mandela effect. It was just thrown in there to make that correlation to psychosis. The guy killed his son while he was drunk. He had PTSD. He had a psychotic breakdown. He was also a physicist. He believed in like multiverse and parallel universe. All these things, they're making the viewer believe that this presupposes that all Mandela effect people believe all these same things. And they've all had a traumatic event happen to them. That's why they're all psychotic. And they all believe in all this stuff, you know, and that's not necessarily true. They're generalizing a population.
Yeah, exactly. And you notice that they never push some of the stuff that me and Karen talk about, like maybe it's our consciousness causing all this, or they never point you to maybe it's the creator doing this. It's always either just misremembering, or if it is happening, you know, it's D-Wave and it's CERN and it's all this fear stuff. Right. And like you said, and they had his kid die, just like in that Mandela Effect movie. They had the dude's kid die. It's a traumatic event that one couldn't understand why somebody might go crazy, right?
Right. And I mean, you know, you learn about that. That's any traumatic event can cause a psychotic breakdown. This is obviously what that was, and it had nothing to do with what he believed in or the fact he was a physicist.
Yeah.
I mean, that was just a normal reaction. That's a human reaction. He killed his son. Of course he's going to have a traumatic event happen, you know, later on in life. The third thing, and the reason I think it was a rabbit, not a goat, is at the end, remember that the little boy was holding a rabbit and the blood was running over his eye? That's where they got the red eyes on the rabbit. But they made it so horrific. I think Karen's right, that was meant for us.
Yeah.
But I really think it was meant to be a rabbit. And it reminded me, like everybody's saying, of Donnie Darko, because look at the similarities. They had timelines, they had traumatic events, they had the creepy voice of the rabbit. They stole the plot from Donnie Darko and put it in criminal minds. Cheaters.
It was so twisted and demonic and evil, like that creature, and this guy's decapitating people and holding decapitated heads up. Like, that's just so crazy. They went so far over the edge. And you know what Nathan was saying earlier on the call where he said it looks like, obviously agencies are involved. This is a total shill operation, but he said it doesn't even look like the real writers wrote it. And that goes along with like what you said about how they made all these suppositions. And then also like the whole idea that they never even like tried to tie in why decapitating people would make you think you can jump a timeline. Like there's just so many holes in the story. As stupid as it was, like they didn't even like piece it together like real writers, right?
Right. They started something and then they would never follow up on it, like the timeline thing or, the traumatic event. They never followed through on, well, he had a psychotic breakdown. No, they wanted to link it right back to, oh, he believed in Mandela effect. That's why all this happened. There was no correlation to that whatsoever anywhere, if you're smart enough to see that. But most of the people watching that kind of show don't have the capacity to realize that the correlation they're making doesn't make sense.
Yeah. No, they don't. My normie family that's out there on the couch, they probably watched that last night, and they know I talk about this all the time because it's all over my Facebook. I don't really talk to them about it, but like they, now, I mean, they don't think I'm a murderer, but they probably think like, what type of people is he associating himself with? Like that's probably what they're thinking. Seriously.
I'm old enough now. I don't care what people think. If they don't like me, tough shit moves on. I don't have time for that.
Yeah.
But I did have a question. So I've never, ever, ever believed the Earth was round. It just didn't make sense to me, but I didn't know what shape it was. And then I started hearing about flat Earth and stuff like that, and I thought, well, that could be true, but it didn't make sense to me either. And then I heard about toroidal, which really I have a hard time with because I'm not a physics type person. I'm not logical. I'm more emotional. I do social science. I don't do anything analytical. So to try and in my mind make sense of flat Earth, it doesn't make sense to me. So maybe you could explain how that would work. I picture it as like a plate with a dome over it, like you get at a restaurant. So if you're flying a plane, you're either going to fly off the edge or you're going to get to that dome. So can you explain to me how that Earth?
Yeah, so I'll let Karen go. Go ahead, Karen.
What?
Were you listening to the caller?
I was, and then I'm sorry, I clicked the link for a second and I missed the last minute.
Caller, go ahead. Tell the last minute again of what you wanted to ask. She
sorry.
can't understand. She can't understand the flat Earth because she's picturing it like a plate where if you were flying a plane, you would just fly over the edge.
Oh.
You want to help her out with how a little bit. Caller, you want to ask Karen again? I'm gonna grab a coffee. Okay. Not that I don't want to interview. It's just I'm sure Karen would like to jump in on this. So go ahead and ask her the question again, and I'll get you coffee, and I can jump in after.
Okay. So I think of flat Earth like a plate with a dome over it, like you get in a restaurant. And if you're flying a plane, if there's no dome, you're going to fly off the edge, or if there is a dome, you're going to fly into the dome. I don't understand how that works.
Okay, well, how it works is they have made the outer rim, the South Pole, that nobody can go to. They don't ever direct any flights over that area because and it's so far out of the way and it's so far down there and it's so far away from any airports. A lot of the times these commercial jets, they're not even allowed to fly so far away or so many hours away from another airport where they can make an emergency landing. So they just don't direct flights down that way. They just don't do it. There's just nowhere to go down there. They just avoid it. So, you've got the North Pole in the center and everything goes around the north. All the compasses point to the north and all the frame of reference, the whole Cartesian coordinate system is in reference to the north, right, as the center point. So you're just flying in great circles around the center point. And most of the population is north of the equator, not south of the equator. I mean, there is flights south of the equator. Obviously, there is stuff like that going on, but the majority of the population is living north of the equator. So most of the air traffic is even up here. They just don't send flights down that way. They just don't do it. There's no reason to. They don't have to. I think it's actually kind of easy for them to avoid it.
Okay, that makes more sense.
Yeah.
Now I get it. Now it's more about misdirection than actually flying in that direction, not getting anywhere.
Right.
I get it now.
They just don't go there. It's just that easy with the map and as big. I mean, when you think about it in terms of like a plate with a dome over it, okay, when you think about that, that seems like a small area. Right here, I have a map right here. So that seems like a small area, right? This doesn't look, but when you're thinking about it, I mean, this thing right here is 20 something thousand miles wide. And if this is your center point and most of the destinations are going to be, inside the center of the circle, well, then it's just easy to not even go there.
I see.
Yeah.
I see what you're saying. I get it. I get exactly what you're
All
saying.
they have to do, it's like we talk about, like if they were going to hide land, people talk about, you got to go beyond Antarctica because they're hiding land, out here in this outer area. But I mean, look at how big this area is right here in the deep southern Pacific, and there's nothing there. But there could be something, there could be a big chunk of land right here that everybody's hiding out at. All they have to do is leave it off the map and nobody will ever go there because you're flying over ocean, you're flying into a very desolate place. You basically are risking your life if you go there without knowing for sure where things are, So all they have to do is leave it off the map. That's all they have to do.
Wow, aren't they smart?
Yeah,
Jerk.
exactly.
Well, can I give a shout out to Casey and the other girl who's drinking wine, Carla Redpill? They're both drinking wine and they both said cheers to me, but nobody offered me any, so
Okay.
I'm not happy about that.
Collar is drinking. Shocker.
And you're drinking coffee.
And I'm
Yeah, I am.
drinking water, but I need more.
Karen, I need a bathroom break. Can we take 5 after the call? Can I step away real quick? I have to run to the bathroom.
Yeah, sure.
I'm sorry, Carl. I don't mean to be rude, but my stomach is killing me. I'll be right back.
That's okay. But just so Brian knows, I first found his channel by watching Richie from Boston. Then I stumbled onto Brian, and from him I stumbled onto Karen. So
Awesome.
I've had a good track. I only woke up about 3 years ago, and it started with Mandela Effect.
Yeah.
Somebody asked me, "Hey, have you ever heard of the Mandela Effect?" I'm like, "What? What are you talking about?" And she showed me one video, and I just started looking, and I am so deep down the rabbit hole now. So, but I really appreciate you explaining that to me because I was so confused, and my granddaughter kept asking me, "How does it work?" And I said, "I don't know." So I thought I'd get some confirmation.
Yeah, absolutely. No problem.
Okay, well, thank you for taking my call.
All right. Thank you. Have a good night.
You too. Bye.
Bye. All righty. Okay. So Brian is on break. So 1 sec. Let me get some water. Get some water, drinking some water in my mason jar made by Ball. All right, let me give some shout outs to the chat since Brian is on break. And so let's see here. Pammy Jean, I think that was you that we just talked to. Thank you for that. That was a great call. Zalmoxis, thanks for being here. Brap, all good. Hello. Need to connect. Effie Mowry, Tom, William, who was awoke in 66. Hey, William, thank you for calling earlier, and I hope I hope you call in again sometime after that. Amy Rios, Carla Redpill, what's up? Mad Pie Man, Edward DeSoto, Paige from Down Under, Jonathan Doherty, Eric Delion, The Truth Seeker 69. Wash your hands, Brian. She's saying, Gypsy Road. Hello, thanks for being here. Creativity 00. Tommy Tell the Truth. Musicians for Truth. Natalie Rankla. Casey. Hello, Casey. Ted Summer. Always good to see you. Mad Pie Man. Wes Please. Albert A. Telling people to play nice in the chat. Is everybody playing nice in the chat? Where's the curve? Rose Crow 777. Thanks for joining. Singe Man. And let me go back down to the bottom. Crazy John. Good effort. What effort for what? What did I do? Oh, for talking with my accent. Michael Spice. Good to see y'all here. Diana Dharma. Space Drum Symphony. Green Queen. Hello. Bright Eye Bear. Damsel Medic. Annie D. George Smith. Hello. Simon Doherty. Where's the diabolical laughter? Tommy Tell the Truth. Thanks for the super chat. Ronan the Voice. Hello. Yes. New Age Witch. Bigfoot Penis. Yes. And uh-oh. Brian dropped out. Oh, well, we'll see if he comes back. He should come back, but you know, he doesn't have internet. There we go. Brian. Okay.
Yeah, I gotta go on mute for a minute, but go ahead. You can take phone calls. I just need a couple minutes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Are you okay? All right. I guess so. Deborah O'Connor. Amazing colors. Thank you. Whale be fooked. Amy Rios. Mr. Law. Creativity 00. Y'all getting me through my day. Like good. Ryan Etherton. Hello. Dreamy Genie. All right. Anyway. So let me let's see here. Should I take more calls? Mandy Lynn, hello. I don't need to know that. I don't need to know that. All right. I'll put the number back up. If somebody careful of the ceiling fan above your head, Karen, it might be listening to you. I don't know. We built the house before I woke up to flat earth, so maybe not. I don't know. I know where everything, I've seen this house without the walls on, without the sheetrock on. I know where everything is in these walls, so I don't think so. PG2424. Yeah, okay. Numbers back up on the screen if somebody wants to call in. Oh, here we go. Unveiling This Realm. You're on with...
Oh, hello.
Hello.
This is Karen.
This is
Hi, this is Mike. Nachiketa.
Oh, hi. How's it going?
Very well.
I'm glad I was able to finally get you guys. I've been trying to call a little bit, but how are you guys?
I'm great. Great. How are you doing?
Good. I think for me, you guys made me watch TV for the first time in probably many, many years.
Oh, did you watch that Criminal Minds episode?
Oh, I did. Yes. Watched it last night. It was an entertainment of itself, for sure.
Oh man, I was not happy about watching that. I don't know about you.
No, it was definitely a grueling experience, but it was, it's entertainment on one hand, but I think there are many layers, of course. It's kind of gaslighting, right, to paint the enemy community in a certain way.
Yeah, I mean, that's what it looked like to me. Did you take it that way?
Oh yeah, absolutely. Yeah, and I just, I think one of the callers, I've forgotten his name, who called in. I think he nailed a lot of things pretty much on the head about, who knows whether or not an actual event is going to happen in the future on the news. I put that in quotes, actual.
Yeah, that was Nathan, I think, that called in earlier, right?
Mason, yes.
Yes.
I believe so.
Yeah.
But I thought some, if you Google Mandela effect, you get the first thing you get is false memory. Did you guys read the Wikipedia about this? It's like the first thing that pops up when you type in Mandela effect.
No, but I did. We have talked about false memory before. That they were calling it false memory syndrome, and that the false memory syndrome was also being attributed to like children who are coming out as speaking out against ritual sexual abuse and other types of ritual abuse, and that they were saying that these children, and this was something that was being pushed by like the Satanic Church, and that they were using it as a way to discredit these children who came forward speaking about their stories of abuse. And that's like one of the main functions of this whole false memory syndrome thing that they're doing.
Yeah, one of the interesting things, I was kind of, going through it with the California and Mr. Biffle show, like maybe a week or a week and a half ago. And, it seems like one of the things, if you kind of go through all the vernacular and read through between the lines, it's basically saying that people who have false memory have experienced extreme amount of trauma, which relates to what the character Kyle in the show had gone through. That's the reason why he went off the rails.
Yeah. Well,
so like yeah, go ahead.
Well, I was gonna say, yeah, it was that, and then that last caller was right too, where she was talking about how he did go through a traumatic experience where he was in an accident that killed his son, so he felt responsible for the death of his son. So there was that aspect of it too. But
yeah, and then of course he's an alcoholic as well, right? So he's an alcoholic, and he drunk drove and got into a car accident. And somehow his son in the back seat gets decapitated, which seems a little bit far-fetched. And, the son is holding this demonic goat toy with like red eyes, which is also kind of very strange. And the name of the toy is Rusty. Rusty comes out to 103 in gematria, in normal English. And of course, Kirk Douglas just passed away at 103. So I don't know if there's any correlation with that or not, but it's kind of always interesting to run through the numbers.
That is interesting, considering that a lot of people have a Mandela effect of Kirk Douglas dying more than, I think, 2 or 3 times even.
Of course, yeah.
And then
at least twice.
Yeah, and then with the interview that Brian just did with Mike Williams, and then Kirk Douglas dying. Wow, and he died at 103. That's interesting.
Yeah, and so like the child, his son, died at 7, and then it took him another 7 years to, being in and out of institutions according to the TV program, and then he collected a head for each year, right? So he collected 7 heads, but I don't know where the extra heads come from or where they came from, because we know about the 3 deaths and then the black guy and then the Asian guy afterwards. That's 5 that I counted. I don't know where the other 2 came from. So that was a little bit of a mystery to me.
Yeah. Well, it was a horribly written show, in my opinion. But they probably were just trying to throw those, put those occultic numbers in there. So what is it? So is that 3 7s? Right? His son was 7.
So, right. 7 years. Yeah. Son died at 7, and then it's been 7 years since he
had to
there are 7 heads.
Kill 7 people. So that's 777.
It is. Yeah.
So that's definitely an occult number that's being put into that script then.
Apparently, yes. I think there's a lot of stuff going on. I mean, these programs, is programming, obviously. And of course, the show on the surface is written in a manner that it had. But I think these people, they know what they're doing. They know how to gaslight us. And
I agree.
And, they do incorporate a lot of occult material in there. And I think a lot of the people who are in the show are they have to belong to some kind of coven or some kind of organization, regarding witchcraft or whatever. You have to be part of the club. You can't just walk out of the street and consider yourself an actor or an actress without signing some papers.
Right.
Yeah. So yeah, I don't know. Like, I wish I had a little bit more time to kind of go through it, because I was looking at the paper where there's a paper. It's called I think the Crescent something Herald, where it was talking about the death of the child, and Crescent Mountain Herald, and it was written February 11th of 2012, which is the day Whitney Houston died at 48, which was an occult ritual in itself.
For sure.
Back in the day, yeah. So, yeah, I think everybody already touched upon this Berenstain and Berenstain Bears being switched around, and of course, Curious George, tail and no tail, and everybody's like, okay, they just accept the fact that it has no tail. It didn't take very long for the FBI guys to download the, the new programming. It's like, oh, I thought they had a tail. Okay, I guess they did. Let's move along. So.
Right. Yeah.
And there's a few quotes. One of the main characters, I think her name is Emily. She was saying, so let's see. At the very end, she says, "We must be willing to let go of the life we planned so as to have the life waiting for us." That's a quote by Joseph Campbell. And there's another quote that she said during the flight, which, let's see, something about, I wrote it down somewhere. Can't find it. My handwriting is so horrible. Let's see. Yeah, so I don't know. I just think it's, I think the next step for them is probably doing some kind of false flag, which of course is not something anybody wants to see or happen. But I mean, you know, if this ME movement gets any bigger, you know, they have to crush it somehow, and they have to get the opinion of the common people to be negative towards it. You know, it's just like 9/11 stuff. You got, you know, anybody thinks outside of the box about it, about inside job, etc. You know, you gotta call them tinfoil hats wearing conspiracy theorists, and then you know, Mandela effect is, of course, we all know it's a real thing, and what's the next thing? You know, which is, you know, make some kind of event, and then everybody puts their attention on that event, and then we're all labeled no different from this guy on TV. I think this is just kind of a little bit of a taste of probably what's to come.
Yeah. Yeah, I agree, because they've done it a couple times already, like we were discussing earlier. So I would not be surprised if they, you know, did it on a larger scale, or attempted to do it on a larger scale.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, like one of the FBI guys in the show, he says the creation of dissociated reality is often a crutch for people who have experienced extreme trauma. So, you know, that has to relate to all of us. I mean, you know, I think majority of us fall between probably 30 to 50. You know, obviously, it can be a little bit under and over, but like, you know, we fall into this category of people who have experienced extreme trauma, and we have some desire to create another reality or go back to a reality that never existed, you know, and that's what this ME community is, quote unquote.
Mm-hmm.
Right?
Right.
Yeah, so.
Actually, and if you think about it too, they were trying to do that in, there was a news piece that was done. I forget who it was, but it was one of the pieces that most people thought was a better news coverage of flat earthers, where the guys, they were in Colorado, they were in Denver, they went to Bob's house, they interviewed with Bob. They also interviewed a bunch of the people in the UK, a bunch of the flat earthers in the UK. But in there, that was sort of one of the things that the journalist was sort of digging into, is if people had traumatic pasts that led them to, you know, look into the things or end up in the place that they were. And they did that to Roxanne specifically. I don't know if you remember that, asking, because she had been in an abusive relationship where she had her jaw broken and she had to have surgery and stuff. And she brought that, you know, when they brought that up, they were like, oh, do you think this had something to do with you, you know, looking into the flat earth? And she said, yes, but I don't think, you know, she meant it in the way that they were making it look. And I feel like that's sort of another reoccurring theme when people in the mainstream, you know, talk about people who are flat earthers, or people who talk about Mandela effect, or any sort of other alternative information, or alternative, you know, whatever you want to call it, they're trying to associate it, right, with people having some sort of life trauma that, you know, in other words, like if you just have a normal, happy-go-lucky life, whatever you want to call it, they're like, you're not going to worry about this stuff. You're not going to be bothered to look into this stuff. You're just going to keep going about your business. But that's not necessarily true. I don't think.
Right.
You know?
I mean, yeah, most people, they just want to be left alone. You know, they have their jobs and they have their lives, and you know, they have what they want to focus on, and that's fine. I mean, I understand that. I mean, you know, we are all in association with people, our family members and friends, who we know who are not into ME, and they just want to be left alone. You know, they want their football, and they want their entertainment, and they got their jobs, and they just want to be happy slaves. And good on them, and you know, I pray for them, and that's fine. There's no problem with that. I just, you know, it's just the way reality is. But like there are a few people who are, you have to be really passionate about flat Earth. And, it's not like when I first came into the flat Earth world, I was like, oh yeah, I just woke up one day and decided, yeah, I want to believe the Earth is flat and be ridiculed and be ostracized and be completely isolated from society, 5 years ago. But like, I just had to be myself and be like, this is the truth as far as I know. And that's why I had to go in this direction. And same with the ME thing. It's the truth as we know it, but obviously it's not the popular route, right?
Exactly. Yeah. It's not, but it's, like me personally, I wasn't going through anything traumatic. I feel like I had a relatively normal life, but I just always had a curious nature, and I always had a problem with authority. I never liked being told what to do, and I never felt right in the world, but I don't think it was as a result of any trauma, because I didn't really have any trauma. I felt like I had a, relatively normal life. I'm sure most people do.
I think that's true with a lot of people, trauma is obviously very hard to deal with, but I don't think people are in the ME community or flat Earth community because of trauma. Because I think for them, for us, truth is more important than anything else. That's why people are involved with this kind of stuff. I guess that's kind of my point. And I don't necessarily think you have to go through trauma to understand the truth anyway.
No.
Right?
No. You just have to want. You just have to have a thirst for it. You just have to have that want.
For sure. Yeah, absolutely. And if we've been lied to since, our birth, and that's true with all of us, I don't care how old you are, you've been lied to since you were born. Because this system or matrix or whatever you want to call it, it's been around a lot longer than any of us have. And they know the game very well. They know how the human mind works. They know the way the human heart operates. And they'll use any and all tactics to get what they want. And I think we can't forget that. We can't, we think in a way that like, oh, I would never do it, because we have a heart, right? We have a heart, we have our own way of doing things. And we think, oh no, there's no way. It's just like trying to imagine the world of a psychopath, right? And it's just like impossible to do because you're not one, right?
Right.
And they know that. They know that themselves, and then they use that against us. So we have to be, we have to wise up and say, okay, they are playing a game with us, and if we want to win, we have to understand all their. It's the art of war, Like they say, like you have to spy, you have to go and do really nasty stuff if you want to win, and like not that we have to do that ourselves, but we have to be aware of that, so it doesn't happen to us. It doesn't, it's not used against us. I guess that's kind of the way I think about it.
Yeah, I agree. It is hard to get ahead of it and think like that, because you're right. It's not a normal thought process. Most people don't. And actually, Jaron was talking about that earlier today on his stream, that, it's like, you don't go around suspicious of everybody lying to you or trying to deceive you. You just think everybody's going to be honest, because for the most part, most people are. They're just normal people, not trying to get over on everybody else.
No, but like we know that this whole system is built on lies. I mean, almost everything is built on lies. And once we wise up to the fact that it's all just crap, and these are the techniques and the tactics they use to, undermine us and indoctrinate us. The awareness, to me, just being aware in itself is like half the battle. At least we have to be aware, of what's going on. At least we have to be grounded to the quote unquote reality, for what it is and not what we want it to be. It's like we want this world to be a happy place. We want this world to be a really, hold hands and sing kumbaya type stuff. But like we have to accept the fact there's a lot of negativity that is there. I mean, with that, of course, there's good people and a lot of good stuff that's happening. I'm not saying that those things don't exist, but we want to bury our heads often of very morbid stuff. And, you know, I think a lot of people here are aware of a lot of the evil stuff that is actually happening in this world. And I think that's a part of it. And waking up to that is not easy, but it must be done in order to move on to the next stage of our, you know, waking up process, in my mind.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, well, I guess I'll just go, and you know, we talked about everything that we wanted to talk about, and thank you for letting me call, and yeah, looking forward to more stuff.
All right, thank you for calling.
All right, bye, Karen.
Bye, have a good
Bye,
evening.
Brian, if you're there. Yeah, bye.
Bye. Sorry.
Whoa, already got another call coming in. Unveiling This Realm, you're on with Brian and Karen. Who dis?
Hey, girl. Hey, it's Carla.
Hey, how are you, Carla? It's good to hear you.
I'm good. Are you drinking water or wine out of that mason jar?
Today I'm drinking just water.
Moonshine.
Water.
Water, really?
Stone cold
you're
sober.
up pretty good. So I drank my bottle of white, and I'm on Jim's bottle of red. I'm almost done with that one. So, first time I drank in a while. Anyway, what's Brian doing? Did you get the gremlins out, Brian?
Man.
Poor Brian.
Man, dude, I watched that Criminal Minds tonight. What a complete shit show. I don't think I've seen that show since probably the first season it was on. It was so fucking horrible seasons ago that I don't think I've watched it since. But I may have watched 2 episodes in 15 seasons, and this is probably the second one. And it's just as big a nightmare as it was 15 seasons ago. The writers suck, the producers suck, the actors are the lowest low-grade B actors that they could possibly find. You know, they had to have sold their souls to stay on that show for as long as they have. It was pathetic. The writing was horrible, everything about it. And Karen, yes, it was a goat. It was never a rabbit. Brian was high. So,
Okay.
not a fucking rabbit. I was like, where did he get rabbit from? There is nothing about that thing that looks like a rabbit to me. But, you know, I kind of get it. I mean, you know, at first, very first glimpse, it was like, okay, that's Harvey from, you know, do you remember, what was that movie? I guess it was Harvey with Jimmy Stewart back in the day with James Stewart. Harvey the Big Rabbit, you know, that he saw.
Yes, that's right.
Yeah, remember that? So the White Rabbit goes way back, you know, of course, you know, went way back before that with Alice in Wonderland, but, you know, there was a big white rabbit and Harvey too, and he was crazy. They all thought he was crazy. He walked around talking to a big white rabbit, and he was, and he liked to drink. He took him to the bar. He was a drinker. He was a white guy. So we're throwing that in there. But, okay, this is kind of my take on it, is that, yeah, it's a big psychological experiment. They want to see how many people are going to react to this, how many viewers they're going to get, how many people are going to start saying that people who are Mandela affected are crazy, what kind of comments that they got after the show. They want to put us in this psychological box. I agree. The whole crazy middle-aged, younger, you know, 30 to 40-ish white male thing. Alcoholism, people with mental issues. You know, I could go further into it politically, but I'm not really, you know, because politics is fake, but I do feel like there's an agenda there. I think there's an agenda to take away our Second Amendment rights, as real as that might be. But I do think there's an agenda there. If they can make people feel crazy, make people look crazy, make people talk like they're crazy, just like this call right now. And some people might say, okay, yeah, you're nuts, Carla, but they're building profiles on all of us. They build profiles on us based on what we purchase on Amazon, what we use our PayPal money on, what we buy at the grocery store, what we click on Google, every video that we watch on YouTube. Profiles are being built on us. If you ever give your DNA to 23andMe, if you've ever done a Google search, you're in a profile somewhere. And every time that you Google something and every time that you watch a video on YouTube, you're adding to your profile. Whether you believe it or not, there is a huge database somewhere. And a lot of us, you and I and Brian and people like us, have been in that database for, for a decade at least. I've been in there since '98, I'm sure. I've been contributing to this stuff, I've been saying it for 20 years. If there's a list, I've been on it since 1998. So, there's no shit. I mean, seriously, that's when I got on the internet. That's when I got into Art Bell's chat rooms, and I started posting these chat rooms. So people like us, we're already in there. And I'm not trying to scare people and saying, stop, change your name and hide, but I have to back off every now and then because I start really getting to the point where there aren't a whole lot of people that I trust. I would say that probably 50% in our community are real people, and the other 50% are people pretending to be somebody else. And if you're one of the real 50%, I love you. And if you're not, I will find you out because I work everywhere. So there's that whole deal. Brian, where are you? Are you back in the bathroom with the gremlin or what?
Yes, Brian is predisposed.
He's predisposed or indisposed or
indisposed.
God.
Whatever the right word is, deposed.
Right. So, but yeah, it was ridiculous. What a joke, and what a shame. But it was done purposely. I think that it was a way of, maybe some sort of a mass hypnotism or some sort of a Luciferian indoctrination or something. There was something in there. They never do anything unintentionally with mass programming. And the people that watch that show have to be the stupidest sheeple on the fucking planet. So I don't know how they got as many views as they did, but
it's horrible, right? I mean, horrible. Like you were saying, everything about it, the writing, the acting, everything is just horrible.
Oh, it's like 6th grade level shit. It's like something, okay, we're going to give you a pencil and a piece of paper, and we need you to write a script for the school play in 30 minutes. Put it together, and whoever does it will produce it and put it up on stage. I mean, that's kind of what it was. There was no intelligence to it, no thoughtfulness. There was no research. It was even worse than the Mandela Effect movie because it was so sparse. And they were able to do a complete criminal profile on this guy based on like 3 things. They're like, oh yeah, well he's gotta be 30 to 40, he's gotta be white, we know this and this and this. And Mike was exactly right. It's just gaslighting. They want to push us into this corner, and they want to see us fight back. And there'll be a few people that will. And a couple of bigger channels, probably Scarab's channel, of course, Brian's channel, Moneybag's channel. But there are going to be idiots out there that are going to say, wow, that was really cool. They mentioned the Mandela Effect. No, stupid. They're trying to box us in. They're trying to profile us. And the more that we respond, the more that we talk about it, the more attention we give it, that's just more that goes into our online profile, whatever it is.
Yeah.
And somebody mentioned, Go ahead. I'm sorry, hon.
I was just saying, I was actually thinking about that too, because it's sort of like with the whole Kobe Bryant thing and the crash and the crisis actors that they had on that, and like just the complete and utter mess that was. It's like, in one of the Skype groups I'm in, Ben from Taboo Conspiracy, he was like, I'm looking at this and I'm watching at how ridiculous it is and how fake it all looks. And then I just wonder, why even fake Kobe's death? Why do that? And it's sort of like, you think about it and it's like, yeah, why would they? Like, who care? Why would you care about, why are you faking the death of a sports player? Well, one thing, they're sort of inducing this trauma. They have built this figure up, and they're inducing this sort of fake trauma on people who, are idolizing this person. And then the other side of it too, that I think personally that they do, is like they do this stuff just to see who's paying attention and how much chatter, how much online chatter they're going to create by having these false events. Who's looking, how much are we figuring out? How much do we get right? How much do we get wrong? Like they're sort of gauging, our how astute we are to their game.
Exactly. That's my just said when he called in. I can never pronounce Mike's last name. Is it Nakachita?
Not Chiquita.
I'm butchering your name. Yeah. Okay. Nakachita. Okay. Sorry, Mike. I just call you Mike. Anyway, but it's like he said, they're gaslighting us. So they want to push us over the edge. They want to get us super, super upset about this stupid, worthless fucking show that is only on by the grace of God. I don't know how it stays on. What a horrible cast of actors. What a horrible storyline. Stupidest, lamest, most juvenile, grade school storyline that I've seen. It's one of the reasons that I don't watch primetime TV. I just don't. Tim watches Fox, so it's Fox is like in the background all the time. So it's always going on. But, I try not to watch these ridiculous shows. And Brian's like, this is your homework and you have to watch it. So, man, from the first 5 seconds I was on, I was like, oh my God, I remember how dumb this show is.
You had to see it. You had to see it. I had to have everybody see it. So when I came on here and started screaming about the disinformation that was packed in again and how crazy they made us look, you guys knew exactly what I was talking about. That was the worst hit piece I've ever seen.
Oh, I want the 38 minutes of my life back, and I blame it on you, Brian. Seriously. Nachikita. All right, Mike, I got you now. Nachikita. Okay. So anyway, yeah, Mike was 100% on point. And somebody said something in the chat earlier that made me think about sort of like a mass hypnosis thing, which I think is something that, maybe not, who knows? I'm not saying that this is directly affected to the Mandela effect, but I know that they do programming, and they've been doing programming with us, subliminal messages, shit like that for decades and decades, probably since the very first broadcast. They've been doing this just to see, and it gets a little bit worse every year, but somebody had mentioned something about, okay, well, maybe it was some kind of programming. And yeah, I think so. Maybe by, how many people, how many viewers did they have? 4 or 5 million viewers? Like the first
6 million, I think. 6 million people saw that. And what did they do? They did the same thing the fucking movie did, and they only brought up 3 of the fucking most ridiculous, most common ones that everybody, would just easily brush off. And they didn't show no residue. They didn't show no anatomy changes. They didn't show no geography changes. They didn't get into any of the big historical changes. Why don't any of these movies ever address JFK? Because now there's, 6 people in the car instead of 4, because that'll resonate with people. Now there's 14, 15 videos of the assassination. Why don't they talk about that?
But how many times did they show decapitations and Baphomet? Many more.
Unbelievable.
Mentioned any Mandela effect. So Mandela effect is just the backstory. That's the cause. Yeah. And then, the decapitations and Baphomet is a result. So, It's almost like a brainwashing thing. Maybe not, I don't know. Maybe it was a satanic ritual. Maybe it was some kind of a mass satanic ritual or something. But I was thinking about, and I brought this up before.
Maybe because there were a lot of young girls on that crash too.
True.
There were young women on that, young underage females. Where did they go?
Well, oh yeah, and people love that shit. There are people out there, just like, I'm not saying they love it, but it's like, oh, people's hearts go out. They're like, oh, young girls. And automatically they tune into that stuff. People love, what is it that the newspapers and the major news stations say? If it bleeds, it reads. The more gore and the more horror and the more horrific shit is, the more people want to know about it. So they click this link, they click that link, they click this link, and they get involved and they want to know more and more and more. And the more you click, the more bizarre it gets, and it just leads you further down the rabbit hole or the goat hole or whatever. But I was thinking about, somebody had said something about like a mass hypnosis thing. Was there a point before the Mandela effect, something that triggered like a mass hypnosis? And I want to say, before I was Mandela affected, it was a blue and black dress, and the gold and white dress for me. That happened just right before the Mandela effect. I want to say a couple of months before. And I was like, that's fucked up. How could this possibly, because I only ever saw the black and blue dress, ever. And I only ever heard Laurel. I never heard Yanni. I think that was like after I was Mandela affected. But after Laurel and Yanni, I thought, dude, what they're doing is programming us. So what our response is to what their question is the frequency that they're vibrating, or what they're doing is sending out signals to people that pick up on certain frequencies or vibrations. So, for those of us who saw black and gold, if they hit us with one frequency, then we're going to see things one way. I'm not saying that's what's happening. I know that there's a lot going on supernaturally. I know that in my heart. I know it as a fact. But I also know that there is a satanic AI Luciferian agenda behind this. That now that they know what they know about us, that they can push us in whatever direction that we want to go in. And that's why we have to stay away from television. That's why we have to stay away from fucking programming. That's why we have to stay away from the bullshit, stick with the truth, and try not to give them as much information about ourselves as we do. I look back at my old videos and I'm like, wow, I should have never done that. I should have never said that, because they're building a fucking profile on us. And it gets bigger and bigger and bigger. And what they're going to do with it, I don't know. I 100% believe in Agenda 21. I 100% believe in the Georgia Guidestones. I don't know about this whole coronavirus and all this bullshit. I think it's all a test. I think just about everything that they do on mainstream media is a test. Okay, are they falling for it? What are they saying? What are they doing? What's this person saying about it? It's all going into a giant database. And when they're able to filter us out. We are the truthers. We're not the truthers. We're not the believers. We're the knowers. We know what we know. And they can't take that away from us until, there's going to be a time. So.
Well, they can't take it away from us, but that's why they try and make us, when we see the changes, we know what we know, but they try hard to make us doubt it with all the disinfo that they drop after and all the ridiculous stories that they come out with.
Oh, Brian, and these fucking trolls that attack us, this is how we know that they are agents. Okay, we know there's some really stupid fucking low-level trolls who are just like worshipers, but the higher level trolls, and you know who I'm talking about? We know they're fucking agents. They're Smiths.
Yeah.
I mean, if ever there was such a thing, they are them.
Oh, they're evil. They're running on a demonic force. I mean, look at how evil they are. They just, you know what I mean? It's crazy.
And they want to destroy us.
They're
And
fucking hell. These people are like hell bent on fucking attacking me. It's crazy. I get so many trolls now. It's unbelievable.
dude, I'm nobody. I'm just a moderator. What they do to you and Karen and other people in the community is horrific. And they have attacked me to such a point where that it's just like, where I've had nightmares where I've been sleeping and they've been in my dreams, you know, and I know I know that's satanic. I know that they are low-level witches, and these cocksuckers they're doing stuff that is, I'm not saying it's bigger than what we are, because I have God. You know, I may cuss, I might drink, but I know what side I'm on, you know, and I'm on the right side of the fence. I don't know what they are just on a completely different level than we are. And it's satanic, it's Luciferian, it's, you know, it's evil. And people can say whatever they want about crystals and witchcraft and, you know, all this bullshit. What they're trying to do is just discredit us any way that they can. Okay? We all share, I think, pretty much a common belief. And that is love one another, take care of one another, don't hurt one another. You know, basically, we all follow the golden rule. Those people are not on the same level that we are. And when I say all of us, I'm going to say 50% of us, because there's a 50% of us out here. And even, you know, I'm not saying in this particular chat, but there are people in our community. I would say 50% of the people in our community are not who they say they are and not who they pretend to be. Because you know me, I'm a fucking lurker. I will go from chat to chat and I will watch and I'll see what people say, and I'm just a bitch like that. So.
Kyla doesn't fuck around.
Hey, I've been known to lurk in chats like that too, actually, you know, and I'll see my name pop up in orange, and, you know, I won't be talking in chat. Nobody will know I'm there, and I'll see some stuff that's said, and I'm like, huh.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
I see what you're about now.
Yeah. Oh, I do.
Noted.
So the next time I see him in one of your chats, I'm just like, wait, you're gone. Don't ask me why. If you see me do that, you'll know why.
Mm-hmm.
If I see something, don't be talking dirty on it. So anyway, because I will whoop your ass. So anyway, no, that's just, I know there was a whole lot more than I wanted to say, but I started rambling. But I'm just, you know, my health's been bad. I had back problems for like 2.5 months and hip problems. And there was one more thing I wanted to bring up. About 4 months ago, there was a change to the anatomy.
Yeah.
A couple of people made videos about it. And Brian, you remember they were talking about the sacrum, and even Paul Knight made a video about the sacrum.
I remember.
Is basically the woman's pelvis, and where your hip bone connects to your pelvis. Mm-hmm. And I got a disease that I never heard of, a bone disease, and it's called sacroiliitis. And it's where your hip bone connects to your pelvis, and women who have had multiple births, naturally, without cesarean or anything like that. It came out of nowhere. Had never heard of it my whole life. I've had 4 kids. I'm in my 50s. So I had this bone disease now. It's like an arthritic sort of condition, and I don't know. Have either of you guys ever heard of it?
Never.
Yeah, me either, never. But now they're talking about like burning the nerve and putting a pin in my hip, and I'm gonna have to have shots maybe for the rest of my life, and I may have to get like a pain pump later on. Oof. Or had this fucking surgery done, all kinds of crazy stuff. But this pain just started back in November. And when was that physical change to the pelvis was like, what, 4 months ago?
Yeah.
Out of nowhere.
Yeah, when we talked about it, yeah.
Anyway, I won't keep you guys. I just wanted to say we had some amazing callers tonight. Everybody has been so great. And what a great room of people. I would say 99.9% of the people in this room are the real people tonight. It's like, there's no dicks in there. Well, I mean, there might be, but not, not the usual dicks that we run into. So,
Yeah.
so I love you guys. And Rick Swain is not a troll. Hashmark Rick Swain is not a troll. Anyway,
I had to unban him. I did. I went through my bans the other day and I was like, oh, Rick Swain's in there. How'd that happen? I had to unban him.
I banned Rick like when I was a moderator, like when I first started becoming a moderator in a bunch of different groups. It was like every group that he'd come and try to ban. And so anyway, but all right, guys, well, have a good night.
Right.
Awesome. That show sucked. I will never, ever watch it again. I don't care what it's you cannot make me so.
No, I'm never watching it again either. It was awful.
It was terrible. Love you, Karen. Get yourself the cheapest bottle of Missouri white wine you can find. You can probably do that for $9.99. So
I think I will. I'll go to the Star tomorrow and get me some wine. All right. Thanks, Carla.
Yeah. All right. Love you guys. Bye.
Bye.
Pack it up.
What?
I just told her to pack it up.
Okay. All right. How you doing, Brian? Are you with us?
Good now. Yeah, I'm good now.
Okay.
I wasn't feeling good for like a whole 20 minutes there, but I'm good now.
I know we're worried about you, but glad to have you back.
Worried about me? You guys were talking shit about me taking a shit. Okay, you guys are gross.
I was not. I was not. There might have.
I heard you. You just used different words. He's disposed right now.
That he's disposed. Yeah. Hey, that could mean anything.
Put the number on the screen.
All right. Do you want to keep doing calls? Do you want to do a crystal talk a little bit? I was going to start doing, I wanted to do highlight another type of crystal this week because I wanted to start doing that every week. So everybody down to hear about a crystal real quick?
Yeah, go ahead. Transition into that. You can close the phones if you want and do that. Just do your thing and then we can reopen them.
Yeah.
So you don't get disturbed while you're trying to get into it.
Yeah. Well, I have it on Do Not Disturb, and I just...
Or else these crazy reality shifting science deniers won't stop calling in. These wacky serial killers that kidnap children and cut their heads off with axes.
All right. Okay. The crystal that I wanted to talk about tonight, that I wanted to highlight, I actually showed this to you guys last week. But I didn't talk too much about it. I didn't talk about its metaphysical properties. I didn't talk about how it's made up. This, or the name of it. This is Prehnite. Prehnite is this light green ball. It actually grows in the shape of a toroid. This crystal.
Wow.
Okay, so there's 3 little prehnite balls on top of an epidite, a darker green epidite crystal cluster. So it's 2 types of crystals that typically grow together. One is light green and one is dark green. It's like an olive green color. Green, is a very high vibration color. Green is. And actually, a lot of crystals that have a green color are especially powerful. Now, this one, Prehnite, is I'll read this little blurb about the what this particular crystal is used for. Green Prehnite is mainly used for enhancing precognition, and it helps you to be prepared. Helps you connect to beings on higher spiritual planes. It enhances spiritual growth This lovely stone has an energy that helps you to be prepared. It enhances precognition or prior knowledge of an event and the gift of prophecy. By its action of linking your heart with your will, by its vibration within the solar plexus, it assists you to live life from a heart-based perspective. It was known in the past as a stone of magic, and this may have been because it so strongly connects you to the divine mind. This green stone also assists you to make a connection with elemental beings who love to be of service to you if you treat them with respect. This crystal has been found in Australia, South Africa, China, Scotland, and the USA. It forms in both massive and in crystalline form, although the crystalline form is less common. So this is the crystalline form right here. So you can, this is a stone that will do many useful things simultaneously. It is often quite underrated. Green prehnite is both a heart chakra and solar plexus chakra stone. The solar plexus or power chakra is the seat of the will, and this green stone actions links your heart with your will and brings you peace and joy and will help to relieve worry. Green prehnite is one of the best healing crystals for you to utilize to help you do the things that you want to achieve from a heart-based perspective. I love this. You know, it's funny because I got this crystal from Cammie. She actually, when she came to stay with me, she brought a whole bunch of crystals with her, and this was one of them. And when I saw it, I was like, that is the coolest, most beautiful thing I've ever seen. Actually, the green stone, again, it's hard for me to show you guys, but this stone, this green toroid that it grows in is actually translucent. You know, so if you put a light behind it, it glows. You can kind of, I don't know if it's showing.
You can't really tell there.
But coming from a heart-based perspective, I don't, you know, if anybody who's been, you know, a sub to my channel for a while or listening to a lot of the things I talk about, I talk a lot about the heart, the toroidal field that's created by the heart. Your heart has neurons, it has a brain. So you have your head brain, your heart brain is your second brain, and then you also have a brain in your gut. Your gut also has neurons. So like you'll hear Crow and stuff talk about that, like the gut is the second brain. I think the gut's actually third in line. I think it goes head, heart, then gut, just in the order that it is. Or maybe even heart might even be first because it has, you know, every time you have an emotion, every time you feel something, you feel it in your heart. If you're sad, you get that sinking feeling in your chest. If you're excited, any, you know, all those sort of emotions seem to emanate from your heart. Your heart, you know, being that it is the source of the toroidal field, you know, and I talk about how the toroidal field that's generated by your heart is basically, it's our connection to the ether, what I refer to as the ether net. Right? It's that sort of it's the way through which that we communicate intuitively, or what would also be referred to as telepathic communication. It's how you send and receive information both consciously and subconsciously. So to have something, you know, like this, a crystal like this that helps to enhance things that you do, or things that you know, anything that you do that comes from your heart center, from a good place, you know, this is going to amplify that, having this crystal around. So that's my crystal of the week right there. I love it. A toroidal shaped crystal that amplifies the toroid that comes from your heart. Absolutely amazing. Tell me that is not, I mean, that's from the creator. The creator made that. That grows in the ground and we pick it up. and it raises your vibration. Even now, remember last week when I was telling you, I was talking about, oh, Brian dropped out again. Last week when I was talking about the crystals and I was telling you that once I started talking about them, I could feel the energy around me because I've got crystals all around me. I've got crystal clusters like sitting here all over the place right there. I've got them everywhere, And once I start talking about them and once I start showing them to you guys and everybody in the chat starts talking about how pretty they are, I can immediately feel the energy, the vibration, there's something about it. Just everything just starts to feel better around me. Just right now, even talking about it, that's something so crazy about it. So I highly encourage everybody. Remember what I was saying last week. At least get a clear quartz crystal. If you don't get any other crystal, get some clear quartz crystals. The best all-around crystal there is. Just have them around. Wear them around your neck. A June baby Gemini. Oh, you're a Gemini? I can tell you what crystals are associated with your sign page, but really, and you can do that. You can get the crystals that are associated with your sign. Like I have some, like that selenite that I was talking about last week. That one is associated with a Taurus, which is my sign. I mean, I could do that, but really, it doesn't matter. It's all about what crystal feels good to you. It's like when you go to a shop, if you go to a place where you're buying crystals, I would say don't even worry about what kind of crystal it is. Don't worry about what's associated with your sign and that sign and whatever. Just go around, put your hands on them, touch them, and whatever feels the best in your hand, whichever one you don't want to put down, whichever one you're like, ooh, I really like this, like you feel drawn to it, that's the crystal that you need. And I guarantee you, if you take that crystal home and then you look up what that crystal does, what its metaphysical properties are, it's going to be exactly what you need. Here, let me see if I can add Brian. Brian, what is going on? You're like flashing green. But
I guess I'll leave the camera off. I don't know why it's flashing like that.
Yeah, it was weird.
Very weird.
So EF, let's see here. Oh my gosh. You know what, Paige? I'm going to have to get back to you on. You know what? Maybe one day what I'm going to have to do is, because there's like 30 pages listed in here to go look through stones. But you can Google it. You can Google what crystals are associated with your sign or search it up online. But what I can do is I can prepare a time if you guys are interested in that. I can just get all the different signs, and then I can just pick like 2 or 3 crystals that are associated to each sign, and then I can go through it and I can tell everybody what crystals are associated with your sign. But yeah, I love these things. Just holding it in my hand feels good. This crystal's vibrating right now.
Vibrating like my picture?
Huh?
Vibrating like my video? Like it's fucking going crazy.
No,
Look
like
at me.
I can feel the energy from this crystal in my hand right now. I can't, all I can explain it is like a very soft vibration, but like I put it down and I don't feel it I don't feel that feeling in my hand anymore. But if I pick it up and I put this crystal back in my hand, I can feel the energy coming off of it.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway, I love crystals.
Yeah, well, they'll be labeling you a witch by the morning again. So
I know, but hey, man, this stuff grows in the ground. This is part of the creation. This is part of, you guys, your skeleton is a crystalline structure. Okay, your skeleton is made of crystal, calcium, calcite, Calcite is a crystal. I mean, you have a crystalline base. That's what holds you up. That's what holds your flesh up, is a crystalline structure. You know, you were made to read the energies that go on in this realm, which travel through the Ethernet, the real Ethernet, which is the ether. Okay, subconsciously and consciously, you're always downloading and uploading information.
Yep.
Into
I agree. I agree. Are we gonna open the phones back up?
Sure, we can open the phones back up, but I also want to share with you guys. Know I've been making earrings. Been making.
Oh yeah, what do you got for earrings today, Karen?
I would like to show you my latest and greatest creation.
You should go full screen. You should go full screen. Oh yeah, what is that, Karen?
Hold on. This is a handmade custom commemorative black swan. Black swan earrings with amethyst drops at the end. Amethyst.
Black who?
Black swan. With amethyst drops at the end there. Amethyst, a very powerful, useful crystal. You can get your custom handmade black swan, commemorative black swan earrings made by Karen B for $33.33 a pair. $66.66 a pair if you're subbed to Nathan Oakley. And if you're subbed to Quantum Eraser, $666 a pair. All right. Just kidding. Okay, I'm going to open up phones again. Let's see.
How did you feel about my Bon Jovi performance this morning?
Oh, your Bon Jovi performance was great. All righty. Phones are open again.
Give us a ring. Yeah, give us a ring. Don't be slacking. Call in. We'll pick you up. 704-751-5192. Call in and talk to the Flat Earth New Age witch with the Bigfoot penis.
There you go. Look at that.
Oh, there you go. That's a nice one, huh? You wear the black swan so well, so eloquently, Karen. Very, very exquisite.
I'd get finished with the other one. Unveiling this realm. You're on with Brian and Karen. To whom am I speaking?
You're speaking to Ted.
Hi, Ted.
Teddy fucking ball game.
Hopefully Brian's not proving himself silly right now.
I'm right here, but my camera's going crazy, dude. Look at me. I'm in and out of realities over here. I got an axe. I'm going to cut your head off.
I know, right? It almost brings me back if you get, oh God, I told my coworker about this episode you're talking about it and everything. And
yeah,
that show's still on. I'm like, yeah, I guess so.
Is this the coworker that you've been hitting with all the Mandela effects lately?
Yeah, it's the one like, my coworker that I like, we're always like chatting about that or flat earth or some shit like that. So
what'd you think when you watched it? I mean, I could only imagine, but what did you think when you sat there and watched it?
No, I unfortunately did not get to watch this episode. I effed up on trying to download the CBS thing. Originally, I went from the link that you sent me on Messenger, and that kind of like got me all funky wise. And I'm like, oh, I just go to on the fucking CBS thing or whatever. But
yeah,
aside from that, but like everything you're talking about, like it's just such fucking garbage. How desperate the media is getting with like any real truth. They just like they try and gaslight it with all this stupid shit, and then it's just backfiring because it's just so goddamn comical.
Yeah, and you know what's upsetting though is that there's people that are supposedly researchers and truthers, and it's like they'll see the disinformation on one hand, but then it's like they won't see this type of disinformation. They'll buy into that. They'll be like, "Oh yeah, these people are just crazy," and it's like, dude, like, come on. The media never tells the truth. They're always, like you said, they always portray us in a bad light. And every time, what they've been doing with the Mandela effect for the last few months, look how hard they've been pushing, Ted. I mean, you've been watching the videos. You've seen what's
I know.
going on with the
Before
peanut
that,
guy and the fucking.
it's like before that, there was like never any mention of, like you said, like within the last few months. It's like it's really fucking taking it up a few notches and everything. Now it's, you almost can't notice it. I mean, like, you cannot unsee it or whatever. It's like it's just there in front of you, just kind of laughing at you.
Yeah, and when I mentioned named off all that shit earlier, from the Monopoly game to the Mandela movie being coming out in the Monopoly game re-release, and then telling us he never had a monocle, the Black Tom video. I forgot Sinbad did another interview too, like 2 weeks ago. Remember?
Yeah, and if it makes,
I don't know if you've seen it. Sinbad, yeah.
Just to, like within the last half an hour or whatever in the chat, like I didn't really know about the Curious George thing until so I just Googled it while I'm listening and whatnot. I'm like, motherfucker, they removed his goddamn tail.
Oh, you didn't even know about that, dude?
No, I heard some. I mean, I've heard it mentioned before, but I never understood what you guys are talking about. I'm like, oh, well.
Yeah, dude. Now Curious George never had a tail.
Childhood is like pisses me off.
Yeah. Well, dude, I remember him swinging from his tail.
I know. It's like I remember him used to like sitting on his fucking tail. He used to have it like curled up like a little spiral.
He did. Yeah, he did sit on top of his tail. His tail like became firm, and he sat on top of it. I know exactly what you're talking about.
Mm-hmm. But anyway, I was gonna say earlier, the only other time I remember watching Criminal Minds, just probably over a year ago, but they're portraying anybody who was like questioning like the banking system, the banking elite or whatever. I remember they brought up I think they brought up like Bilderberg or whatever in this episode, but they said like, we're all conspiracy theorists. We're in a big fucking cult. We have cabins somewhere out in the woods. We're just like loaded with skills and guns and ammo. I'm like, wow, this is fucking horse shit. I'm sure this is probably like what half my family probably thinks because this is what they portray in TV.
Yep. Karen, I'm gonna jump out. Let me right back in, okay? So I can get my camera on because this is crazy.
Okay.
Yeah, you don't look like Dr. Katz, like I have a seizure on the screen.
So,
anyway.
So did you get to watch much of that Criminal Minds or?
No, I did not. Unfortunately, I screwed up with downloading the whole thing. So I'm the only way I ever watched it, but I do it now.
Oh, it is. It was stupid.
Mm-hmm. It was kind of funny chatting with like my new young coworker about Mandela effect and flat Earth, and when I gave him a pamphlet the other night and kind of just kind of spreading truth here and there, whatever, a little bit and stuff. And kind of funny, looking at me with a weird eye, like, look at the moon. I mean, that shit was bigger than fuck. There's no way like, we can't land on it. I'm like, I know, we can't. There's a light.
I'm back, Ted. Sorry, I had to fix my camera. I'm back.
All right, cool. But yeah, it's like, I'll be waiting for him when he has more answers because I told him, probably, get yourself a little baked and everything so you're in a better state of mind for this because you're not going to plan on sleeping for a while after this.
Yeah, you're not going to sleep for a long while, dude. Wait till it starts increasing on you.
Mm-hmm. I just it's funny. I decided to call my little flat Earth pamphlet a gravy packet.
You what?
The gravy packet.
Yeah.
Calls the flat Earth flyer the gravy packet.
Oh, yeah. Nice.
Yeah, we'll see how he feels in a couple of days. And next time I see him at work.
See if he's had any sleep. See if he's had any sleep.
I don't know. Yeah, I'm sure he's gonna be tripping balls for a bit. I'm like, yeah, welcome to the reality. It sucks. But it's like we're getting. I mean,
now it's growing exponentially over the last, like 5 years or so, and it's getting bigger and better. Like they can't stop it. They could try and they have, and they'll demonetize people. They'll remove people. They'll blacklist people. Whatever. It's like anything humanly possible. That's like
too big now. Too big. We're too big now.
With people.
It's like people say if they take your channel down, what are you going to do? If they take my channel down, I'll be back tomorrow, and people help me build it back up. Just like if they took Karen's channel down or Bob's channel down. There's so many of us that have everybody be like, hey, here's this guy's new channel. Here's this guy's new place. Here's this guy's new website. It's gotten to the point where they can't control it, dude. You know what I mean? They can't stop it. They know that eventually that time's going to be up with the lie, Too many people are waking up to it. Just like in the last, so we've been in this a long time, most of us here in this conversation, like 5-6 years, right? Look at what's happened in the last 4 or 5 months with the way the Globe Live tour was and all that wrapping up and the conferences this year and everything. And I don't know, man, it's just a lot bigger now. Now the conversation's a lot more acceptable. Like I was saying, when I can go to work and yeah, everybody's not talking about flat earth or Mandela effect, but once it kind of gets brought up, and then the conversation happens between maybe we and one other person, another person overhears it, and then all of a sudden, half of the people are interested, whereas before, I would have just got mocked and ridiculed by everybody. But remember I said at that last job that I had, somebody had said, she said something about flat earth. She said something at the bar because I already knew she was kind of awake because she had made some comment about people. And I said, yeah, people are just real indoctrinated. She's like, oh, you're speaking my language, this, that, and the other thing. I don't usually even talk like that at work. I play dumb for everybody, because it's just a fucking waste of my time. So she's sitting at the bar one night and something came up. The dude at the bar, the bartender's next to me, and he's starts talking about the sun being a big ball of burning gas, right? And I turned to him and I said, well, I mean, how do you figure that? I mean, based off what? Based off some cartoon images? And then I started to talk about the crepuscular rays and the sun supposedly being 93 million miles away. So he started thinking, and she overheard it, and she's like, well, I think we live underneath the firmament. And I was like, oh, well, fucking, I need to talk to you. And then before you know it, yeah. And then the next day, I go in, not the next day, it's probably a couple of days later, I go into the kitchen, and two of the people that are in the kitchen are like, hey, I heard you got a YouTube channel. And I'm like, okay, where'd you hear that from? And she's like, oh, this girl told me. She's talking about a second girl. She's like, oh, Krista told me. So and then the other girl's like, yeah, I see you be doing streams for 3 hours. And I'm like, yeah, you should check it out sometime. And then the next day I go in and the head chef is like, I need to talk to you. I thought I was in trouble or something. I'm like, what's up? She's like, I've been checking out your channel. And then I just hit her with a whole bunch of Mandela effects, and she was just like, oh my God. I was like, so you know Ed McMahon? She's like, yeah, Publishers Clearinghouse. I'm like, nope, never happened in this reality. JFK, how many people in the car? She says 4. I said, never happened in this reality. Always been 6. I said, you remember Cuba being a small island? Southeast of Florida? Yeah. Go look at a map. I busted out the map. I was showing people the geography changes. Everything, dude. This is something that everybody knows too, everybody knows it was Mirror Mirror, not Magic Mirror. There's just so many. Mr. Rogers' Neighborhood. People can't deny it, dude. They can deny it, but if they're having a hard time accepting it, they deny it, but they're still affected, every single person. But it's cool, and you can talk about it at work, Ted. That's cool. You have a guy to talk to it about, because it's a much better feeling, because for years I didn't really. People are more open to the conversation now. It's not necessarily accepted, but it's not like, oh, I'm not worried about getting fired for it. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Oh, that's what I say. Shit, I don't know. While you're talking, got me discombobulated here. But anyway, yeah, it's getting. I'm just happy right now that it's getting better weather here in Washington, so I can hopefully start doing the good old fun street activism and flat smacking these people. But it's also great being able to I think people taking Mandela effect better than flat earth, because it's not almost as fringe, because they do have those anchor memories. They remember that shit. That shit's it's putting as much in your face as the globe. So it's easier to relate with it, I guess.
Yeah.
But anyway, I'll let you go on to kick on, more cool callers here. It's been a pretty badass night tonight, because we are the fucking.
All right. Dude, we are the fucking best. That goes without saying, but we love to say it. You know what I mean?
Exactly. All right.
Hey, and you know what happens if anybody fucks with me, your girlfriend over here got the chainsaw, and I told you if she runs out of gas, you're my personal bodyguard. So there's that. Any trolls want to step up? We got it covered.
Mm-hmm. All right. Later.
All right. Later.
Night. Jim Norton doing the crappy comedy for Flat Earth. I think I did. Yeah, I did see that. I think I was talking about that with Mark because I was telling him that Jim Norton was actually part of the Opie and Anthony show. Anthony Cumia, who just had DITRH on. Okay, I'm answering the call. Unveiling This Realm. You're on with Brian and Karen. Who's this?
Hey, it's Ceiling Fan, but real quick, I just have one thing to ask Brian, and I'll get off the phone.
Okay.
Are you fucking stalking me, Ceiling Fan, man?
Yes, I am, man. So check this out. Just anybody in the chat or you, just tell me I'm crazy, but I just saw on Quantum Effect Channel, Scotty, James Doohan from Star Trek, he's missing his middle finger. And I didn't know that.
Yeah, I saw that.
When I looked it up. And it says that he got shot off storming the beaches of Normandy. He got shot 6 times, I think. One took off his finger, a couple in the leg. And the one that shot him in the heart stopped the bullet because he got a cigarette case given to him by his brother. And it sounds like a movie. Am I the only one that doesn't know this until yesterday? So that was my question.
Hold on. The cigarette case stopped the bullet. So does that mean the cigarette case was in the left shirt pocket? Like the old tins when people used to do that?
I don't know. We should look that up.
That's what it sounds like to me, dude. Are you there?
Yeah. No, check that out. It saved his life. We should look into that. I have no idea what if it says where it is. I didn't think of
Yeah,
it.
well, that's what's happened in a lot of old westerns. The cigarette tin would save their lives, from when the heart was on the left side. Now, obviously, we know the heart's in the center, right behind the sternum. So obviously, that's tons of residue. I would look into that. That's interesting. And yeah, I didn't know about the finger before. I've seen the posts for about the last several days or whatever. I'm not really sure what to make of it, but that story you're telling about it. I mean, and again, another tie into Germany and the war.
Right? Exactly. No, yeah, the heart.
That's crazy.
You think of that. I mean, my favorite Clint Eastwood movie, that's where he doesn't die, because you put that plate and the guy shoots at his heart. Of course, he shoots on the side, but I remember it, which makes us sense when you watch the movie, because why would he do that?
Yeah.
Oh, one last thing about the heart. My wife was a nurse. To this day, you can look it up right now online. When they do an EKG, whatever, that they're checking on the heart, look it up. She's not here right now to ask, but there's a thing they call that when they put it around your heart, the EKG. And if you look it up online right now, they put it on the side. We remember they don't glue in the middle. Why would you do that? It doesn't make any sense to put it over on the side. If you can look it up, that's another thing you can use, a residue. I can't think of the name. If she calls, I'll let you know, but you can look it up. So maybe somebody knows that.
Are you talking about when they do like the defibrillator?
Well, yeah, when they're checking see, I'm not the medical person.
Okay, because an EKG is different from a defibrillator. Is like when your heart stops and they shock you to bring it back.
Right, now this wasn't a shock. This is like if they're testing to monitor his output and stuff, the electrical charges and stuff. But there's something they call it.
That's the EKG. That's the EKG.
Yeah, but when you look it up online, if you look at where there's a name for it where they set it in a certain array, and when you look at it, to this day, it still has it wrong. She showed me that the other night when we were talking about the heart thing, your video. If I think of it, I'll text it to you, or I just tell us up front.
Yeah.
I'm sure somebody in the chat, you guys will look it up. But yeah, it's pretty fascinating. So yeah, James Doohan was in D-Day and got his finger shot off. It is to me. All right, guys, have a good night.
Hey, you too.
You too. I almost just recited my number.
Did you?
Yeah, 978-435-0096.
Okay, but that's not the call-in number. The call-in number tonight is 704-751-5192 because you're calling me, and I'm in North Kakalaki.
She thinks she's in charge tonight.
I'm always in charge.
Oh, God. Here we go. Here we go. Who's ringing in? Now I feel better. Let's get some more calls. We can talk now.
Now you feel better? Okay. Somebody call in and yell at Brian.
Don't call in and yell at me. I'll fucking give it back to you.
Natalie Rinkla says she has a question for Brian unrelated to the chat. Well, what is it?
Yeah, I cannot read the mind through my Google phone, even though my Google phone's probably trying to read my mind. Ring ding dong. Somebody give us a ring. And don't forget, Mike Williams killed Kirk Douglas.
Mike Williams killed Kirk Douglas.
He'll be back, though. Don't worry. He'll be back. He'll be back like Louis Anderson.
Okay. Natalie's asking, what is the difference between a false flag, a hoax, and a psyop?
Okay, well, all of these things that are psychological operations can all go under when they're meant to manipulate with your mind. Any one of those is a psyop. A false flag is usually an event, like a terror event or a shooting or one of these things, but where the government is involved. So it's a what they would call an inside job. And then under that umbrella of false flags are hoaxes, where nobody gets hurt at all, nobody dies. So there is a huge difference between hoaxes and false flags. And in my opinion, I can't really think of too many false flags at all. They all seem to be hoaxes. Every single one I've looked into. Don't believe none of them. All fear porn.
There you go. Witsit asks, you guys think there's a magnetic rock in the center of the earth? Oof.
I would believe so. There's something of a magnetic force there, but I mean, what is it? I can't get there and see. Certainly interesting.
Well, we know Earth has a magnetic field, and we know it has magnetic flux lines, and we know all compasses point to the center.
Yeah.
Is the source
I think that's where we
field an actual literal magnetic rock? I don't know, but I think it's possible just because of like what I'm talking about all the time, these crystals, these crystalline rocks, magnetite. There's, who knows?
Yeah.
It could be.
Yeah. I honestly think that's where, as if we were to take if we were to take a trip or a journey or an expedition somewhere, I think that's absolutely where it would need to be focused. Never mind the South and Antarctica and all that distraction. That's all nonsense to me. That's why they highlight things like Buzz Aldrin going down there and John Kerry before the election and the Pope, and they want you to look there. They don't want you to look to the North. They never talk about the North. Obviously, in a lot of ancient cultures, hold it in very high regard. Garden of Eden, Shambhala, all this stuff. Can I prove any of that? No, but I do feel there's significant importance there.
I'm going to show you something, Witsit. I don't know how much of this stuff that you've discussed with Cammie, but here's the thing about, this is actually kind of interesting, okay? Because magnetite is what they get iron ore from. Magnetite crystals, here, I'm going to, I need to share my screen. Hold on one sec. This is actually kind of a good little bridge off of the crystal talk I was talking about.
Take the comment down before you share, because it might get in the way.
Oh. Okay.
Well, you're fine. You look like you're fine if it's just a pit drop in the corner.
Okay, here we go. Okay, so this is magnetite. Magnetite is a ferrous. It's what they get iron ore from, right? It's ferrous. It's paramagnetic or ferromagnetic, and it can be magnetized to hold a magnetic field on its own. But look at the natural crystal shape that this thing grows into. That's when you find magnetite in its purest crystalline form, when it's allowed to form in its purest crystal form. That's the shape. That is one of the platonic solids. It's I believe that is that an octahedron? I forget.
Can't tell the people's personal.
I forget. But check this out. Check this out. When you this is, I mean, you know, I don't know what this all means, but it's just see if I can find an image here to go along with it really quick. Something that we've all seen many times before. Come on, buddy. Show me. No. If I can find it. There's the oh man. Anyway, there's the Babylonian model of the geocentric Earth. And in the center of the Babylonian model is that shape, that octahedron. I can't find the picture of it right now. Darn it. But anyway, there's something to that. And then when you read the Latin in the old on the old maps, it describes it. What's it say in the center? It says El Rupus Negris El Altissima, which in Latin is the high black cliffs. Okay, and if you look at magnetite, it is, you know, it's a big, it's shiny and it's black. So, I mean, you know, if the creator wanted to, certainly he could grow this massive magnetite mountain, you know, charge it, magnetize it, because it can be, you know, magnetized to hold charge. It could be. There could be actually, and if you look at the old North Pole maps, there's actually two magnetic mountains pointed out on the old North Pole maps. Man, I don't have all my stuff pulled up right now to like pull these things up really super quick. But if you, oh, Brian.
Fuck you! I'm on my phone. It sucks. You move it at all, and I gotta like charge it and then you touch it, it backs you out. It's like crazy. I can't believe I have no internet. They came here and killed the internet.
Yeah, I always get confused if it's a tetrahedron or an octahedron, but it's that double. It's basically one pyramid on top of another, right? It's
you know who would know? Your boy Lord Stephen Christ. He's obsessed with the octahedron.
Oh, I know. But he thinks it's floating up in the. He thinks it's floating in the glass sky in the middle of the ball.
Which your boy
retarded.
He's such a loser. Such a loser. Yeah.
Yeah.
I saw Life Matrix in your chat. I don't know if you heard earlier, Life. I gave you a shout out. Great call the other night to Karen and Mark's show on Strange World. Appreciate that. That was a pleasant surprise. I can't see their chat anymore, but I peeked at it for a minute when I was out of the StreamYard. Man, I need my internet tomorrow. Tomorrow's my day off. I got videos to make. It's crazy, dude.
I am okay. Here we go.
What can I throw a question? I want to throw an idea out there to the chat. And to you. I mean, you've heard me mention it though. What if the magnetic center isn't Mount Meru, but it's right above it and it's Polaris. I mean, we wouldn't be able to differentiate the two between the compasses if they were pointing at Polaris or, you know, on the land, right?
What do you mean?
So all the compasses get drawn into the magnetic force at the center, right?
Right.
What if the center isn't on the surface of the Earth? If it's above it and it's Polaris?
Mm.
And then people talk about there's a shift in the magnet. How much have you looked into the alleged claims that there's a shift in the magnetic North Pole? Is there validity to that, or is that just smokescreen by the globies?
Well, I mean, you can measure flux lines. They can measure the flux lines of the magnetic field. So yeah, I mean, it could be moving, and it, you know, if you look at a magnetic field is always in motion. It's constantly in motion. It just has a cycle that it goes through. It's a constant reciprocal motion, and then there's a natural magnetic geoprecession, you know, where it's just part of the natural pattern of a magnetic field. Okay, so if you look right here, Rupus nigra L Altissima, high black cliffs. That's this right here, Polus Arcticus in the center, right? Okay. Now this is all in Latin. Now this is saying Oceanus, blah, 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 something in Latin, okay? 33 leagues, okay? So basically this is saying that there's 19 openings. There's 19 openings that lead to the center. Now, if you look at this map and you count all these little openings, there's 19. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. What am I missing? Oh, you know what? This isn't the complete one, because this is all janky down here. But if you look at the complete one, there's 19. But see how this is all cut off down here? This is the
bottom right. Yeah, bottom right.
Yeah, but if you count the one that doesn't have the faded off island, it's got the complete island. There's 19 estuaries that lead into the center all around in the islands. Now, here's the other weird thing. Polus magnetis respectu insulari captis viridis. So this is the magnetic pole in respect to the green islands, is what that translates to from Latin. So this is the first magnetic pole. Then this is Polus magnetis respectu Coriu insulae. So this is another magnetic pole in respect to something else. I forget. I have to go look at my notes because I spent a bunch of time translating the Latin on these maps. But this is a magnetic pole. This is a magnetic pole. And then you have the high black cliffs in the center, according to this map. And if you look at the stuff that Cammie's looking at, she says that it's a quadrupole. So it would make sense if each of these magnetic areas here has a positive and a negative. Well, then you would have a quadrupole in the center. So, you know, I don't know. There's definitely some interesting shit going on in the center.
Oh yeah, of course.
The North Pole. Let's see, what are we looking at? I think Polaris may just rest within the inertial plane of the magnetic field, and that's why it doesn't move. Yeah. But then Polaris, it's the star that stays the most centered, but it does move. It makes a very, very tiny, tiny little super tight circle. So it's always
that is what I'm saying. And if Polaris is the magnetic center, we wouldn't be able to differentiate with the compasses between if it was Polaris or Mount Meru. And if it's true, that's why I asked you about the North Pole magnetic shift. If it's a true thing, if it is moving, well, if it was Polaris making its small motion that it does, even though most people think it doesn't, the small motion that it does make above, maybe that's what's making the pole shift, if that's a real thing. That's why I was asking. That's where I was going with that.
Okay. Yeah.
You know what I mean? But I don't know how real that magnetic pole shifting is, and I figured you probably actually looked into that a little more than I did for sure. So you think it's credible?
Well, like I said, I mean, you could measure it. It's measurable, and I don't think that.
But have trusted sources within the flat Earth community measured it? Is what I'm asking her. Like, where are we getting the information that that's happening?
Well, I mean, you're talking about measuring the flux lines of the entire Earth. I don't think anybody in the community has done that, to be honest. So obviously, when I say that, I'm definitely having to rely on mainstream sources, on like USGS
Yeah.
information.
That's why I'm like, hesitant to tie my theory into it, because is that really happening? If it is, hey, then maybe that makes some sense. What I'm thinking anyways makes some sense either way, I think. But if that's what's really happening, that makes even more sense. If this is doing this and then this is doing this, I mean, to simplify it, this is doing this is doing, but that's,
Yeah.
just an idea. We throw it out there,
Yeah, for sure. I mean, it's interesting, man. Like I said, I spent a bunch of time looking at these maps. I've got other maps that have tons more Latin writing on them, but they're super hard to translate because they have certain characters and stuff. It's all handwritten, and sometimes it's hard to decipher what what word it is that I'm trying to translate. So it takes a long time. So I haven't gotten through all of it. I was going to make a video about it. Man, that was like 2 years ago I started doing that stuff. But
I had so many videos that I put off that I still never made. Like,
yeah, some of it is just so hard. Anytime you start going down the hole where you start talking about the magnetic field, about magnetic declination, magnetic ley lines, the magnetic field of the Earth, it gets heavy real fast. Like, I spent quite a bit of time looking at that stuff, and even now I'll go back to it, and it's just.
I'll be honest, a lot of it's over my head, dude. A lot of it's over my head.
Well, a lot of it is really hard to verify independently. Like I'm saying, like, whoa, has anybody in Flat Earth measured the magnetic pole? Well, no, because we don't really have the equipment to measure the flux lines of the entire Earth. I would love for that to happen, though, because man, there's definitely something to that, especially with everything being electric. And electricity and magnetism going hand in hand, and the whole electric universe thing, which I totally subscribe to the electric universe. There's something there definitely to be learned, but it's extremely hard to get to the bottom of that particular subject. That's one of the most difficult things about this place, is the magnetic field and the magnetic ley lines and what's going on with all that. I mean, it gets complicated real quick.
It's a deep topic.
Yeah.
Open the
Yeah,
phones.
but it is open. Phones are always open.
Okay. Oh,
So
put the number on the screen. There you go.
Here's a number. So if anybody wants to call in, you want to talk about old maps?
Yeah, let's stay on the flat Earth stuff. Let's stay on flat Earth a little bit.
Okay, yeah, because we did talk a lot about Mandela tonight. So yeah, you guys want to talk about old maps? Let me open my old maps folder. Now I want to.
And by the way, if there's anybody here that doesn't know, me and Karen alternate these shows, and every other week we're on my channel. Plus, she does several shows a week with me, usually on my channel. So please make sure you sub and bell. Okay, you're missing a lot of our content and a lot of these shows, and the majority of these actually were done on my channel. So till we started rotating them, so you missed a lot already. So my mods, please help out. I mean, Karen's mods, please help out with the link. Now, what maps are we looking at?
Well, I'm trying to open my old maps folder. I have a ton of maps that have all of them that have the islands in the center, because pretty much every single map, most maps, included the Bargos Islands, the 4 islands in the center, until around 1500. So here's another version of that map. This one I think is more, let's see here.
I like this one.
This is, man, I have a higher res version of this map. This is not my good version.
Yeah. I wish my computer worked because I have one of
Let's see how
that one
this one
too.
has the complete islands here. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19. Okay, so here's the one that has the 19 openings displayed on it. Oh, here we go. We got a call. Unveiling this realm. You're on with Brian and Karen. Who's this?
Good. Oh,
Hello?
yeah.
It's not starting well here, Karen.
I know.
No, I was listening to you online. I was waiting for.
Yeah, you got to turn off, if you call in, you got to turn off YouTube because there's a delay and you just got to listen to us.
And you're gonna give us feedback.
Yeah. You can hear me all right?
Who's this? Yeah, who's this?
Ken. It's Ken.
What's up, Ken?
Just had the night off work and you guys were online, so I called. Now, I think the South Pole, I think it's a distraction because
Yeah, I agree.
The Bible says God is in the north, right? And I think it's a distraction that
I agree.
They're taking our focus off or putting it on the Antarctic when it should be up north.
That's what they always do, right? When we should be looking at the ground, they got us looking to the sky. You know what I mean?
I didn't hear that.
I said it's what they always do. They have us looking the opposite way. Like when we should be looking down, they got us looking up, type of thing.
Yeah. It's like the magician trick. Look over there when
To me the whole a lot of the Antarctic stuff. It's kind of like Tower 7 with 9/11. It's like you hear so much of it so early. I mean, there's some truth to it. I mean, obviously, we would like to know what's down there, and there's limitations on where we can travel and everything. But I mean, I honestly, in my opinion, how much do we really put credit in what Admiral Byrd said? Because if Admiral Byrd, he was a high-level military guy, said that, not even just saying that would alone discredit him, like in our eyes, but the fact that he was alive, if you watch that whole episode, he goes on and on for like fucking 45 minutes. He would be pulled off the stage after about 2 minutes of spilling that stuff if they didn't want him to say it. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, but have you seen the latest footage that they're putting out about that scientist from in the 60s that said the moon is plasma?
We've talked about this several times. Karen?
What about him? Nobody can find him. Nobody can find his work. Nobody can verify who he is. And also in that same video, if you watch the uncut video, he also says the same guy who says that the moon is plasma says that we can go to Mars. I mean, not that the moon isn't plasma. I don't know what the moon very well could be plasma, but everybody's passing that video around like it's some kind of evidence or proof or something. And I'm sorry, it's just not.
Right. Yeah, I know. Look, I mean, it's like we're being fed. It's like
It's gatekeeping, bro. It's how gatekeeping works. Once you start to see the truth, they have to misdirect you as much as they can.
No, and I really don't think they know. I really don't think they know either. The powers that send the rockets or whatever. Like
I think they might know. So it comes down to this: either they know, and they're withholding it from us,
Yeah.
or they don't know. You know, they don't know either, and they're just putting out bullshit. Or you can go the other way. You could say they have such extreme knowledge, right? That
Yep.
Aleister Crowley tapped into the dark forces of evil, and they gave him powers to, screw us all up, I don't know. It all depends what you want to believe, there's all that, right?
Yeah. Well, when you say they, I mean, it depends on what type of numbers we're talking about there. I mean, I think it's compartmentalized so far all the way up to near the top that, yeah, most of the people, and maybe even a lot of the people that are sending the rockets up for SpaceX and NASA, I mean, they know their line. Maybe they don't actually know the whole picture type of thing, but there are some people at the top that do, because those are the people that I think that are able to stick around and keep manipulating the system every time. And if the resets are indeed a thing, these people are in place to put themselves in a beneficial spot, have the knowledge, keep the knowledge, and then I think that they do these events over and over. I think they faked the moon landing probably several times, 9/11, all of it. Why not? Why change it if it keeps working? I think they build up the societies and then they knock them back down.
Yeah. The thing is, there's a lot of theories you can believe in, right? You can believe in anything you want to believe in, right?
Sure.
It's like, how do you put it? The main thing is to be rooted and grounded in something, right? It's like you can get lost in all these rabbit holes, right?
Oh, definitely.
You still have to live this life on Earth, right?
Yeah.
So
yep.
And the basic point of it is still being nice to one another, right?
100%.
And look, my best friend, I've actually lost a good friend that was flat Earth. I turned him on to flat Earth, and then he turned and walked away from me, right? So now my only other friend is an atheist globalist.
Oh, yeah. Well, most of them are. They go hand in hand. They kind of go hand in hand sometimes, eh?
But I still got to be nice to him.
Of course. He's not a bad guy because he believes in a different thing than you.
Yeah.
Who are we to think we're better than somebody else because we believe something different? That's nonsense.
I'm gonna still treat him as a human being. It's like
Well, he is. He is a human being. He's your friend, bro. He's your friend. He is a human being.
Exactly. And actually, you know what? Actually, what I'm finding out is that he's treating me better than most people that believe what I believe. You believe many Christians have turned against me.
Oh, I wouldn't. I don't think you know who you're talking to. They attack me all the time, and I'm very open to them and their beliefs. And in fact, I watch a Christian-based show every day at 10 a.m. And I still get attacked by not people over there, but other ones that claim to be Christians. They're not really Christians. They claim to be Christians, and they'll attack me, and they'll attack Karen, and they'll tell us that we're going to hell if we don't talk about Jesus and all of this. And it's like, man, imagine I beat you over the head with my, if you don't believe no planes in 9/11, you're going to hell. Like, what kind of fucking attitude is that, dude? Especially when I'm like getting real close to the Creator in my own way. Don't tell me what path to take on my spiritual journey, motherfuckers. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah, oh yeah, no, that's exactly true.
That's when I get mad.
Hey, but before I was like,
leave that map up, Karen. Karen, leave that one up. I wanted to ask you about that one. Sorry, caller. Keep talking.
Okay.
I like that one a lot. What do you think about those gates out there on the edge?
Yeah, this one's interesting because it's got the outer lands and then it has the little openings here and there. Like here, like
I'm sorry.
this would, huh?
No, I was just telling the caller I was sorry. I like cut him off, and now I'm like cutting you off. And go ahead, caller. We're just having Karen stop on this map because she was cycling through the pictures. I know you can't see, but
Center Earth or the North Pole. I think that's where we got to focus on. I don't think it's on the South Pole. I think it's in the north where we got to focus.
yeah,
Right?
Karen, I'm running to the bathroom. I'll be right back. 1 minute though.
Oh Lord.
I think that's where the focus should be. They through the flat Earth and the outer circle, but it should be where we should focus is on inner circle. That's where I think it's at.
Well, I would agree. The center is the heart. Heart is also the anagram for Earth. So, yeah.
Yeah, but remember, I mean, was it bird or there was a Norwegian or Swedish explorer that went in to the North Pole and just found another existence or whatever. I forget his name, but I think even Bird went up to the North Pole too.
Yeah.
That's how a lot of the hollow Earth theories are based on Bird allegedly flying into the hole in the center and all that.
Yeah, and we don't know, right? We do not know because who's gone there? Who has
we don't know.
and explored it, you know? But that one Swedish guy that went up there, I don't know, he had some, but did they just release that to us to just, a little breadcrumb for us?
What Swedish guy is he talking about, Karen?
Huh?
I have
what Swedish guy?
I don't know.
What Swedish guy are you talking about? What Swedish guy?
Oh man, somebody in the chat will know that some Swedish guy went in there, him and his son, back in I don't know the 1300s or whatever. They went to the North Pole and found the inner Earth, or whatever. I wish I knew more about it. I could dig it up, but I don't know his name, but I know it's out there. It's out there, all right?
Yeah.
Wait, Brian, you don't know? Oh, man, I thought you would know.
It's not, you're not talking about Admiral Byrd?
No, he's talking years before, he's saying.
No,
1300?
this was way before Admiral Byrd. Man, I don't know. I could try and look it up, but no, some Swedish guy went and explored the North Pole, and somebody in your chat will know what I'm talking about.
Here's the thing with the Hollow Earth. I don't dismiss it, and I think the theories are really interesting. The difference, though, for me between there's a lot of differences, but we really can't prove any of that. Not that it can't be true. I'm just saying, like, it's really at this point, it's kind of just stories. And with the flat Earth, there's things we can observe and measure. But I'm not saying to just dismiss it. Look at me. I see we can't observe and measure the Mandela effect, right? But the Hollow Earth, I think it could be a possibility. But I just wish we had more proof of anything. We just kind of have tales from 1300 and these other stories. But I've looked at it a little bit. I think a lot of us have before flat Earth. Karen, you ever look into Hollow Earth?
A little bit, honestly, not very much, because I went straight from globe Earth to flat Earth. So, but I did, I have heard some of the stories, like about Admiral Byrd, supposedly going to the North Pole, and then, as far as I know, supposedly he flew. Didn't they fly inside of the Earth in the North Pole or something like that?
Yeah. That was one of the stories that got let out. That he flew in. Now, whether that's true, it might be true because it might be like a donut. Earth might be like a donut. We really don't know. So what he flew into was, see, that's the thing. Everyone's talking about stuff, and we don't really know. You know what I mean? We know that we were lied to on almost every level, right? We're lied to on almost every level. But what is the truth of everything? We really have no idea.
No, we don't know shit.
All these ideas, and we really don't know.
We don't know shit. In the big scale of things, we're trying and we're increasing our knowledge, but in the big scope of things, we don't know shit.
I mean, you can bring all your proofs about, let's say, 911, and yeah, okay, we believe all that. That's just that's smoke and mirrors to the actual truth of life on Earth and what it is and how we exist. You know.
Well, yeah.
We don't know. We don't know squat, man. I mean, we don't. And
I know.
I love you for at least, exploring and pushing forth the truth, And it's great that you're doing it, and But we don't.
Thank you.
We don't. We're like an ant looking up at, the sky, God, we're we don't know nothing. We when it comes down to it, we really don't know much of anything. If you want to humble yourself and be honest, we really don't know anything.
Yeah, but you know what? And that's an important thing to know, because then we can try and have we want to learn. The people that think they know everything with their degrees and shit, they don't know shit, and they're not going to progress.
Oh, for sure. Yeah. PhD piled higher and deeper,
Yeah, man. I mean, I've debated a few people on 9/11 with PhDs, and I honestly think it was a fucking joke. But, there's that. Hey, but thank you so much for the call, brother. We're going to move on to the next one, okay?
All right. One last thing I want to say is we have to recapture our youth, as a child, and just remember being a child. It's just everything was a wonder and it was new, and we have to keep doing that as a child, right? We got to just whoa. Anyway, all right. Thanks.
All right.
Thank you.
Care. Thank you, Creativity, for the super chat. God didn't create a confusing earth. Don't let the gaslights get you. I actually think that it is possible that there is an inside to the earth. I mean, it's possible. We can't rule it out.
No, I can't rule it out at all.
We don't even know what's truly in the north. I don't even think
we don't even know if we're the inside. We could be the inside and the other ones are above us.
Yeah, I actually don't think they let us anywhere near the actual real North Pole. I think they just fly around it, because it's just like I was saying earlier about the hidden lands. Like, they could hide anything. All they have to do is leave it off the map. They make this map. They make the Cartesian coordinate system. They plot the points. So you're following a map that you were given, that they made for you. Okay, and it is entirely possible that the true north is hidden in the center and everybody's just flying around it, because we all know that they don't circumnavigate north to south. Yeah. I mean, and the North Pole, that area in the center would be, small enough that these flights that are still being made can go around what could possibly be the true center, and we're just not seeing it. I mean, there's no treaty that keeps you from going to the center. They act like it's no big deal. Okay, then we're going to call me, answer it. Unveiling this realm, you're on with Brian and Karen.
The
Did you hear me?
Hello.
Hey, it's Rose.
Hi, Rose. How are you doing?
Hey.
Hey, guys.
Hi.
What's up?
Pressing the home button to get, to talk to you. Okay, I'm on the air. All right, so I just wanted to let you know that Jason and I have been going to Lake Pontchartrain to film from a pier on our side because we want to see the Superdome, which is really obvious because it's painted white on top, which is highly reflective, right, on the clear.
Yeah.
And it's one of the shortest buildings in New Orleans. And it's not, okay, so the lake is 24 miles and New Orleans is 30 miles away, man. So at the end of the pier, we zoom in with the P1000 and we zoom in all the way, and we're going to be sharing this footage soon. And so, of course, this is a perfect example of the, looping atmospheric thing, because the top buildings, you can't see them, so the Globers will say, oh, I can only see the top part of the tallest building, so that means there's curvature, but we know that that's not how it works. So by seeing the Superdome, which is so low, which is 273 feet tall, anyway, I could see the top of the Superdome 30 miles away. So
Yeah.
it doesn't matter, because just seeing the very, very tip of the top, if you do the math,
it could be like 600 feet.
Sorry, big pardon?
I'm sorry, there could be like 600 feet of curve there, shouldn't there?
Oh, motherfucker, I can't hear a word you're saying. It's just shit. Right, say it one more time.
He's saying there should
Say it
be
one more time.
600 feet of curvature.
Or something. I'm just guessing off the top of my head.
When we talk to the people that know their shit, from where our camera is, if you could see the top of the tallest buildings, that's like seeing 100 feet down past, so I can see the top of the Superdome, which is the only thing in that area that would be bright white. Can you hear me?
Yeah. That's almost the exact same dimensions of the shots that Jenna Fredo took several years back, because she took it to the Sky Dome. It's almost the exact same height, 270 something feet, and from like 30 miles away, and you can see like the whole thing. And she put the fucking camera on the beach, on the ground.
Dude, I didn't hear that at all, but I heard things like the correct feet and things. So I just know that whatever you said is awesome, and I'll listen to it later. But I'm sorry.
He's talking about Jenna Fredo. Are you familiar with Jenna Fredo? And
this is the thing, we're totally new, and I want you guys to tell us what to do. I just reach out to people, but what I was told was, look, in order to make this something that's great to show people that don't know anything, I'm reading about the atmospheric pressure stuff. I'm just reaching out to people. So once you guys see the footage, you could maybe just use it or tell us how we do.
yeah.
Doing it every day. I need to keep doing it every day, because you can prove that there's something to this by doing it every day, because that's when the atmospheric conditions change. So when you see that things changes when atmospheric pressure changes, then you can argue that it's not a clear demonstration of what is actually going on, and it explains why. And I'm also just going to get a telescope there, because the P1000, so I just want to zoom in, and I said that to Dave Marsh. I was like, oh my God, like this is as far as I went in, and I go home and I'm like, I need to buy equipment and see further, because if you see further, you're going to see more of the motherfucking building.
Yeah. You guys have a P1000?
Yes, and then this guy donated to us, bless his heart, going through a hard time. So every now and then, he hates us, but he donated the P1000. So we're like, we love you, and we'll be friends with you no matter what. But it's just funny, because the reason why he doesn't like Crow anymore is because Crow shit on his favorite band, and it's like, that's the thing, is that people just get so butthurt when we shit on their music, but we're not shitting on it. We're just saying we're the origins of it. You know what I mean?
Right.
And you can still enjoy it. Like, I still listen to gangster rap and like hardcore Norwegian black metal, just because it's nostalgia programming, and it makes me feel good. And I'm not an actor anymore, so I get the drama out. Shit, guys, I'm gonna let you go because I want you to get back to the map. I just wanted to know if there were maps of the lake. And what I linked in was I just went to Lake Pontchartrain Google Earth. So if you click on that, you can see from where Jason and I were standing. We zoomed in on New Orleans, 30 miles away, not the length of the lake, because if you look at the lake, that's 23 whatever, and then New Orleans is, you know, go down, like if you look at the French Quarter. Then check this out, we're below sea level. So when you're thinking about, you know, the flat water stuff, obviously the buildings are going to be lower. So I think this is a perfect example to share with people that have.
No, that's great. All you guys have to do is make sure you make a note of where you're taking your picture from. Like, just get your coordinates, drop a pin on your phone or whatever, but just make sure you record where you are when you're taking your picture. And then from there, you can figure out how far you're seeing by looking on Google Maps and dropping pins and measuring the distance that way.
Yeah.
So,
well, yeah. I mean, I show my location. I took a screenshot of a little blue dot on Google or, you know, the iPhone map.
Exactly.
This is where I am on the pier. And now check this out. From one side of the bridge, and this is the longest bridge over this massive lake, and if you feel like you're driving over the ocean, and on one side of it, at the edge of this pier, that you can zoom in on it, I could be like, I was right there. And so on that side is when you can zoom in on the Superdome, which is a famous building, you know, the whole Katrina thing where people will be like eating each other over there. That's like exaggeration. But then on the other side of the bridge, we have to find a place to go to see the sun set down over the ocean if we can get an unobstructed view, and that's where we can possibly catch an anomaly. So this is a really perfect place to continue doing the research until Crow can get his telescope in a position that will get him, you know. Anyway, you guys, I'm sorry, I'm really into the math thing, so I want to shut the fuck up so you guys can get on with the show.
Yeah, no, it's cool though. Man, I just totally lost what I was gonna say. Oh no, I know what I was gonna say. It's good that you guys live there so that you can take pictures of the same location to the same direction on different days, like different weather, different temperatures. That's what you really need to do, because some days you're going to not see so far, and other days it's going to be super clear and you're going to be able to see everything perfectly. And that's what's really.
And that's a spot that we know the Globe Trolls love to use and try and say that they're proving curvature by shooting the bridge a long way through the atmospheric conditions. They always use Lakewood.
Can I just say what's funny about all of this is that, like, people look at Crow as like hardcore, like wanting to get like as much data, and I'm just so excited to tell you guys about it because you guys care, are you're giving advice. But you know, when we say like, you know, oh yeah, we want to do this and show this, he's like, well, I'm going to tell you what's going to happen. You're going to see too far. And I'm like, yes, I get it. Just prove it, please. Like, can we just try to like do more so that like we can contribute? Because we know that when he gets that fucking thing onto the sky again, he's just going to catch so much stuff, especially if you can get a scope like to San Diego in the future. You know how it is. It's just weather in Rhode Island makes it very difficult. But Jason and I have gone a bunch and get nothing. You know, it's too windy. And even with a sturdy, you know, a head for the tripod, you know, and also the fact that we're so far away that the weather's different over there. So we've been just trying to be like Crow and dedicate ourselves to going as much as possible. And so, you know how life is. We all have one that's like, look, like I want to make a piece of toast every now and then. So it's like you make a packed lunch and then you realize you missed the sunset or New Orleans has a cloud over it. But anyway, thank you so much for allowing me to. I'm dying right now because I can't see the chat because I wanted to be good.
Okay,
but
yeah.
Anyway, like you can just hang up on me anytime, by the way, and I'll just get back on the chat and laugh. But I will think, how about I mean. You know, that's the plan is that you say, all right, guys, now let's get that. Thanks for calling, Rose.
Well, whatever. If you want to keep talking, you can keep talking, or if you want to go, you can go. Either way is fine with us. But
I want to look at the flat earth and talk to people in chat. That's what I genuinely want to do.
Okay.
For talking to you guys right now. I want to learn. That's what I said earlier. I was like, I am a student. And then I'm like, hey, can I go in? Like, fuck this shit. Gotta make my mind. Yeah, bitches. All right.
All right. Okay. Thank you for calling.
Bye.
Bye.
Talk to you in chat.
Okay.
Yeah, and Carla took shots 50 miles away the other day with her P900.
Nice. See, where I live, I can't get long distance shots like that. Like I have to go to the mountains. So my P900, I look at the sky, or if I take it with me somewhere, if I take it to the beach or I take it to the mountains, then I can get some good shots. But
Yeah. Yeah, what I was trying to say to her that she wasn't really hearing was the very shots she's taken is very similar to the ones that Jenna took of Toronto Sky Dome, because they were 30 miles away and the building's 270 something feet tall. It was almost the exact same thing, except the conditions are way different where Rose is going to take them. As we know, the atmospheric conditions there are so much different because of the humidity.
yeah, which I think is why they're getting so many weird photos. Oh, we
of
got
course that's why.
All right. Unveiling this realm. Thanks for calling. Who's this?
Hey, this is Austin. What's it?
Hey, what's it? What's going on?
Hey, what's up, dude?
Not much, not much. Do I sound all right? I don't have the best service right now.
You sound good.
Okay, cool. Yeah, I just was pretty fascinated by what Brian had said. I'd never even thought about Polaris like that. And see, because like where I kind of stand is I'm like obsessed with this. But and similar to these maps you're showing, someone just now sent me these today, so I haven't, or something to this effect. So you're probably way more knowledgeable than I am. But with the Polaris thing, I just look at it like, so there's this giant magnetic field, it seems, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then Polaris is technically moving, and if I'm not mistaken, it's getting a little closer to the center, but it's this tiny little revolution. It's just, in my opinion, speculating is because in the middle of a magnetic field, it's an inertial plane, so there's like nothing there, and so that Polaris is super close to it, and so it's just barely moving. But which that's just my opinion. But I think just like Brian was saying, bro, they want us to think that the truth of the Earth is in the South Pole, so that we don't focus on that. If we notice the North Pole layout, we can map it all out and we can figure out more what's going on.
Yeah, I agree. Especially because think about it, the AE map, the azimuthal equidistant map, is all emanating from the center. It's equidistant from the center. I'm sure. Have you watched that video about how you're supposed to read distances and stuff on the azimuthal equidistant map?
I have not.
Well, Iru likes to share that video about how the AE map is a masterpiece and all that, but it basically talks about how, like, on the AE map, where's my little map? My little thing on this, like, how people will get this map, they'll get this thing out, right? Globies will get this map and they'll be like, well, if you measure the distance from here to here, and then you take this out and you measure the distance from here to here, it doesn't match. Well, knucklehead, that's not how you read distances on an AE map, right? Azimuthal equidistant. Okay, when you stand in the center, the azimuth is the left to the right, right? So how you actually read distances on the azimuthal equidistant map, the only way to accurately read distances is to measure from the center point out. So like if you measure from this center point down to wherever, that distance is going to be accurate. But if you do it this way, it's not, because you can only measure the distances from the center point out. That's what azimuthal equidistant means. So that's why the distances don't match in the south. Does that make sense?
Yeah, right. It makes perfect sense. And very simply, if we don't know exactly what's in the middle, we're not going to know exactly how to map it out,
Well, that's it too. That's why I put this map, this satellite picture here that I have. I forget where I got this, but this picture right here is a whole. It's basically it's satellite strips, right, where they took it and they mapped it all together. So you can see where they overlaid it all together here, but they conveniently leave the center out. Like there's no,
Yeah.
there's no data for the center. And it's just like on Google Earth. If you go to Google Earth and you go in the center, what is it? It's nothing. And then if you go to the South Pole, to where the geographic South Pole is, it's nothing. And you can tell that it's just data that's just been filled in.
If you go to the South Pole imagery that's supposedly on Google Earth, and if you look around a little bit, you'll find spots where you can actually see, like, there's like glitches where they just like stitched images together. Like, it's completely ridiculous looking.
Exactly.
Yeah, it's all just composite bodies of water.
Right?
Yeah.
It's crazy.
Yeah, and I think that obviously there's tons of reasons why they're hiding this from us, but just the ramifications that we don't even think about, like, for example, the North Pole. So obviously Russia and America aren't too much of enemies, you know?
Well, yeah.
Oh, not at all.
They have Russia has a lot of military presence in the center too, up there in the north. I don't know if you've looked into that at all.
A little bit, and from what I can gather, you're not like really allowed to go within 500 miles each distance or each direction from the center.
Right, but there's no treaty, there's no law that says you can't go there, but there's such a heavy military presence there that you can't get there anyway.
All right, so what do we do to go about figuring out how to get there? Because I know a lot of people like to joke about that kind of stuff, but I'm actually like the crazy person that would like 100%
go. I'll have to ask my friend Brian. I got this buddy Brian. Well, he was actually a subject matter expert for one of Mark Sargent's shows. He was in the military, but he looked into a lot of that stuff about the North Pole, and he's the one who was actually telling me that there was no treaty. I'm gonna ask Brian about that. What you would have to do to get to the center. You're gonna need a lot of cash. I know that. You need a lot of supplies. I don't know.
Yeah, exactly. Definitely going to cost a ton of money, and then of course you want to find a way to get it in the public enough so you have a little bit of insurance to where like it's documented. If they just kill you, then it's basically an admission of guilt.
Yes.
Yeah, by them putting a treaty only gives attention. They don't want to draw any attention to it, so they put the treaty to the south. The other thing too, it's like they really don't want you to think that something's at the north, because if you think something's at the south, like let's picture an AE map, right? Now we don't know how right it is, whatever. Let's just picture an AE map, and if we think there's something at the south past this border, ice wall, whatever's out there, right? Where do we even start though? There's a whole perimeter. Whereas if we think something's in the middle, we already got the perimeter around the middle mapped out. We have a lot more to work with. So they don't want us to look that way. That's what I think.
Exactly, dude. I think that we've been all missing the mark, bro. I think the truth is in the middle, and then as we start to wake up, they're trying to guide us to think that the answer's in Antarctica. If it's nice, really cool. There's a ring of ice there, whatever. We want to know what's right here, especially in America. North Pole is right there.
Yes.
Yeah.
It's right there. It's funny too, when I talked to that pilot, the pilot was telling me, he's like, well, I've flown over the North Pole. And you know what I asked him? I said, did you fly over the North Pole, or did you fly over what they told you the North Pole was? And he looked at me for a second. He goes, well, I guess it could have been wrong. He didn't even argue with me. He was like, yeah, it could have been wrong. Maybe.
And that's crazy. I'm just old school about it, man. Like, this is not their Earth. This is God's Earth, and I'm free. And so I have the right to go look and explore the Earth. If I sacrifice my life or risk my life doing something dangerous, that's my right. God-given right.
Exactly. It's our God-given right to know who we are, where we are, and what we are.
Exactly. So, yeah, I was just fascinated by it. I wanted to call in and talk to you. I'm like a super big fan and supporter of both of you.
Awesome. Thank you. Ditto.
Yeah, sure. So I guess we'll have to figure out, thank you. We'll have to figure out a way to do this realistically. I guess the best way is to get numbers, power in numbers. We get a lot of people to agree. There was the meme thing that went around like, oh, it's storm area 51. No, let's go to the North Pole. You know, if we could get millions of people to agree to publicly say we demand to know what's in the North Pole, they cannot just kill all of us.
No. Really, what you're going to need is like a supplies list, supply and equipment list, I would think. Thinking about,
Yeah,
you know.
yeah.
Yeah, at least if we time it right, though, seasonally, it's not like trying to trek the South Pole. As far as the conditions, we can get to the North Pole in a decent season, you know, where it's not the same hazards
Yeah,
necessarily.
so maybe during the, you know, when they've got the 24-hour sun up there, you know.
Yeah, use that to our advantage.
So during the summer solstice.
Yeah, exactly. And of course, we know they have like technology way beyond what's publicly declassified. So they're going to be able to know that we're going there. It's not like, I mean, they're going to sense any movement, you know, like immediately. So we have to, in my opinion, we have to find a way to document it live time. So some way to have it live streamed, you know, so that they can't just come get us.
Oh, I know. And how would you do that? How do you even, you know what I mean? Oh gosh, there's so much to that.
I know. Dude, it's so much. It's endless. When you really, most people just say it. So like when you really seriously look into it, I've been talking to some people that are trying to raise like 5 to 7 million to get this, you know, this solar powered drone, and that wouldn't go anywhere and could live stream. But when you really look into it, it's no easy task. And so I mean, realistically, we can't do it until we wake up enough people to Flat Earth.
Yeah, because you probably are going to need funds up into the millions to get everything that you're going to need to do it, to even try to attempt to do it safely. You know, because you want to come back to tell everybody about it.
Exactly. And because for me, and just like in conclusion, I won't take too much else time, but really the way I look at it is I believe that the ancient civilizations were way advanced and we just been lied to about it. And so if said that something like that was in the center, that's what's there. Yeah.
I agree 100% with that, dude.
Yep.
Well, guys, I appreciate y'all letting me jump on and chat with y'all, man. I'm enjoying the show, so I'll just kick back and keep listening.
All right. Thank you for calling, Witsit.
Thanks, brother. Appreciate it.
Yep.
That, guys, is the newest Globe Buster.
That's right. That was Austin, the newest Globe Buster. Give him a sub. We need to build up his channel.
Mods, please link his channel. Thank you. By the way, we get the best callers.
We do have the best callers.
Hands down. Not even close. I try to listen to other callers on other shows, and it's fucking. I turn it off after like 10 minutes. I'm like, yeah, I'm done with this.
Yeah. Like a page says you'd have to live stream the whole thing. Man, could you imagine? Could you imagine what an undertaking that will be? I mean, people talk about going to Antarctica. Pff, I have zero interest. That place is so uninviting.
Yeah, I'm all set.
I mean, everything about it, it's like Rob Skiba says, everything about that place screams, do not come here. But everything revolves around the center, you know, everything revolves around the north. So there's something important there. Everything wouldn't revolve around the center if there was nothing important there. There has to be something there that is of the utmost importance. But that is my opinion.
I think it's important. I think that's the key. I've said this with you, even more recently too. Like I envision one day where there's like maybe masses of people cutting through Greenland and making their way over there.
Yeah, well, there's 19
get down.
Osties. I opened up my translated document. It's so incomplete. But 19 Osties, which it could mean estuaries, openings, or whatever between the islands makes entering entering the marsh, unceasingly under which the north is carried, absorbed into the bowels of the earth. The sky is the environment under which cliffs has about 33 leagues. It's just weird. And then on some of the islands, it's describing who lives there. Like it talks about pygmies that live there that are up to 4 feet tall.
What's a pygmy?
You mean what's a pygmy? It's a short person. It's little people. Pygmy.
I've never heard a short person called a pygmy.
Well, yeah, there's still pygmies that like certain tribes in certain countries, they're just small statured people. It's like, you know how there's like a hippopotamus and then there's the pygmy hippopotamus, which is like a smaller version of a hippopotamus. That's like what a pygmy is. It's like it's a person. It's just a smaller version of a person. Where
You know what you know what pops in my head when you say hippopotamus?
No.
The game Hungry Hungry Hippos.
Yeah, my children have that game.
That's classic. All right, who's calling in?
Anyway,
Throw the back up.
I'm still going. It's almost 3:00 in the morning. We've been going for 4.5 hours. Is everybody still going?
How many people are here? I can't see.
183. We've lost some. I've seen a lot of people going to sleep, but it's 3:00 in the morning.
I'm not tired yet, though.
You're not?
No, why? You trying to get rid of me?
No.
Look, sound like it.
Hey, man, whatever.
You can go if you need to go. If nobody calls, see if we get a couple more calls. Yeah, guys, I got no internet, so if they're supposed to come between 8 and 10 tomorrow, hopefully they fix it. So if they do, then I'll be live at some point tomorrow because it's my day off. But if not, I'm really fucking pissed. So I'll probably go live from my phone, but that sucks. I can't present nothing. I can't prepare nothing. I can't. You got to go big screen with that, Karen. Get the screen share off. Get the screen share off and put yourself on big. There you go.
There we go. Don't forget.
Black Swan in the motherfucking house.
Only available here. Commemorative Black Swan earrings. That's
Black Swan and Black Tom, baby. We're the fucking best. People hate it.
So funny. And they are handmade by me, by the way. I really did make them. See, like, here's the second one I'm still working on. I really did make it.
I was talking to, she's like, what are you doing? Oh, I'm just making Black Swan earrings. I'm like, oh. I think it's a riot. Somebody call in so we can keep this train growing.
All right.
If not, we're going to get off soon.
Are y'all done? If nobody calls in, we're going to wind it down.
What's today? Thursday? So, yeah.
No, it's Friday.
I'll do something tomorrow. If I have internet, then I'll break down that video and try and show parts of it and stuff. I want to make a video where I can show it. But if not, I'll just go live and do something from the phone at some point. But hopefully I have internet. So I am going to get up at 8 with the cable guy. So I should probably get that. Let me just tell the people on your channel, even though almost everybody I know here, anybody that didn't know, make sure you sub and bell my channel. A majority of our shows that we do together are on my channel. So yeah, and if you're new to the Mandela Effect and you're curious, check out my Mandela Effect shortlist. It's a good place to start. And to Karen's friend, William, no hard feelings, buddy. We're all just passionate. I love you, brother. You're a friend of Karen's, you're a friend of mine. So,
yep.
Call in again sometime.
Oh, Life Matrix, thank you for the super chat. Thanks for being awesome, everyone. Keep believing in love and magic, because that's what we are. Well said. I like that. I like that comment. That's a good comment. Keep believing in love and magic, because that's what we are. Absolutely.
Awesome. Hey, ask Life Matrix, what happened to your content, dude? Because I linked your channel to a few people when they went there, and they're like, well, he has 10,000 subs. Where's his video? Did you take your videos down, or what's going on with that? I know you don't post that often. I see maybe something every few months from you, but like all your videos are down. I was wondering what was going on.
Oh, one more call. Unveiling this realm. You're on with Brian and Karen.
Hey, Karen, I'm wondering when you're gonna fuck Brian.
How about you go fuck yourself? When are you dickheads gonna grow up? Seriously. Don't call back, asshole. Blocked. Wow. Anyway, Brian. Oh. What are you doing?
Yeah, I dropped the phone. You didn't hear that go down? Who called? What happened? What I miss?
Somebody
A troll?
Yes, it was a troll.
Oh.
I had to hang up and block that person.
Oh. Was it a usual ridiculous question?
Yes.
Nah, I can already know what it is. Okay. Yeah. So yeah. If you don't know my channel, check out my Mandela Effect shortlist. Each video is about one effect and breaks it down in depth. So just find one that would resonate with you either way and check it out. Other than that, all the shows me and Karen do over there and all those other videos I just told you about on the shortlist, all the Awakening interviews, which also have their own list where I interview people. Everything's on the first playlist you see, Dose of Reality. So if you want, just go through that if you don't mind long ass shows like this. But we kick ass. We're the best. Everybody in the chat's the best. And fuck all the haters. That's what I gotta say.
Right. That's right.
I'll give everybody a little shake of the hips before the night's over, baby. They love it. They live for it.
There you go. Austin has a great comment. That about sums it up. That is what you call a gamma male. Don't be a gamma.
Yeah.
All right. I think we are going to call it a night. Been going for over 4.5 hours. It's 3:00 in the morning. Ready to go? All right.
I'm ready to go. I'll see you guys tomorrow on my channel with something. Hopefully I'll have internet. Karen will let you know what's up.
Yes, of course. All right. Thanks for joining, everybody, and we'll see you next Thursday. Most likely before then, but next Thursday for the next Unveiling the Realm, which will be on Brian's channel. We go back and forth, so sub and bell Brian's channel if you have not. And if you are new to my channel, sub my channel so you don't miss the show if you like our shows. And everybody, have a good night.
Peace.